5 years on, feelings remain raw that low-income Londoners in London's richest neighborhood could die so horribly, with their loved ones still waiting for justice. Vicky Barker, CBS News, London.
Elon Musk will address Twitter employees tomorrow for the first time since the Tesla CEO offered $44 billion to buy the social media platform. Musk reached a deal to acquire Twitter in April, but he has clashed with the company repeatedly since then over the number of bots or fake accounts.
Well, good evening. It is June 14th, election night here in North Dakota, including right here in Fargo, where you find us at KFGO. I'm Tyler Axness, Joel Heitkamp, host of News and Views. We're going to be bringing you all the latest of what's going on in the area, including the results when those do come in. And Joel, my understanding is there's lines at some of these polling locations.
Yeah, if you're waiting for the results instantly, I'll tell you what, they're not going to be here. There's no question about that. In a way, Tyler, I see that as a good sign.
Yeah.
There's such an interest out there. 17 years of doing this. Now, I don't know that we've ever had at KFGO.com quite the coverage that we have.
The cameras are on over
Way to
here.
Go, Maddie.
Yeah.
One of our coworkers here who really put this together. If you go to KFGO.com, you can see exactly what we're talking about. We're now TV people, too.
We are. We had to put a smile on the face.
Yeah.
It's not just hiding in the studio here. And I know that the polling locations, not only can you watch us at KFGO.com, but some of that coverage at those polling locations. I know Tasha Carvell, part of the news team here, was out at West Acres, for example, where lines have been going pretty steady. Dan Michaels from the morning crew called into my show on Afternoons Live. I'd say at about 3 o'clock, say, hey, it's been steady all day here. I voted at the Fargo Dome after my show. The lines were long, but they're moving quickly. But like you say, the interest in this local election here is something unlike I've ever seen following politics on that local level.
I've never seen it. In 17 years of working right here, I've never seen this type of interest in what I would call an off-election year. Right. I realize that we're not talking about national elections here, all the way through. But off-election year, where everybody is so interested in the community of Fargo about their city commission races, their school board races, and the mayor race, of course, being at the top of the bill. But it's such a wide array of candidates this time.
It is. When you think about 15, 17, whatever it is, candidates that put their name for the city commission, 15 more putting them on for the school board there, the interest is growing. And I don't know that anybody could really put their finger on the pulse as to why. Whether it's approval voting is one of the reasons on city commission. You don't have that on the school board. So, whatever the interest level is, it's been hyped up a lot. And I can tell you just by being at the polling places, it's translating in votes as well. There's a wide array. All ages, all backgrounds were at the Fargo Dome, and the same that I heard at West Acres. And that's only 2 of them, Joel.
I think when you look at the city commission races, though, and the mayor race, approval voting has to be part of where that energy is. The school board is a whole different critter. You've got people running for the school board that tried to recall people on the school board. Right. There is a lot of animosity, and, of course, COVID-based, religion-based. You've got individuals, and I'm just going to say it, and I'll be the one that's responsible for saying it. You've got book banners that are running for the Fargo School Board, and that brings out passion from those people from the far right, and it brings out the passion of people that don't want individuals like that to be on their school board.
So, you touch on something. You say this is a quote, an off-year election, that it's not necessarily a national. Yeah, we've got some contested statewide races, and I know that on the U.S. Senate side, there's a couple of contests there, but school board races, they become national.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the issues that you just brought up, it's because it's been a national narrative that's been injected into the most local races you can find, including your school board. So everything that once was, I think, has been just flipped on its head over the last 2 years, including this, why there's so much interest to be a candidate and, quite frankly, to be a voter in this primary.
But there are people that always had some of the beliefs that this, I call it the Fargo Five or whatever you want to call it, the individuals running for the school board that come from that far right position. There have always been people like that. Mm-hmm. In fact, one of them is running for the Fargo City Commission that we're going to be tracking tonight in Jennifer Benson. But the difference is they caught some wind underneath their sail by people who didn't like the strict restrictions on the Fargo public school district because of COVID. Mm-hmm. And so you get all that emotion, all that way to go, way to give them, way to get after them, all of that. And pretty soon you think, hey, I'm pretty popular out there.
Right.
We're about to find out.
Yeah, it's why not? I've got all these followers now on Facebook. I had all these pats on the back when I decided to circulate this petition, albeit not legally, and getting those names that were fraudulent when it comes to getting this recall. That failed. And
see,
that
I don't know why they stopped somebody from Hillsborough from having a chance to recall. I mean, come on.
And if you can't read the very clear petition language, and then you want to be the one that starts writing that type of language into school board policy, that's a red flag for me.
Yeah.
And I think that's a red flag for a number of people as to why they're out there voting against some of these candidates.
There's a couple other things I learned through this election process, because on News and Views, as I know you did on Afternoons Live, we tried to get as many of these candidates on as we could. You can't get them all. You cannot get them all, but a couple of things that I learned. Number one, it's too easy to be a candidate. It's far too easy to get your name on that ballot. No one wants an individual that can run and make a difference to not be on the ballot, but there's got to be a process that shows that people want you to be on the ballot, and in Fargo, it's too easy. The other thing that I learned, because it's too easy, as a member of the media, it's really hard in the interest of fairness to accommodate all of this. It really is. And so, I know how hard that is, because some of these people shouldn't have been there. But let's go to West Acres. I know Tasha Carvell is out there monitoring what's happening. Tasha?
How's it going?
It's going well. We're not going to get these results early, though, are we?
I don't think so. There's still about 50 people in line to vote here at West Acres, and then probably about 20 inside voting right now. Mm-hmm. So, and the line's taking, I don't know, at 7 o'clock when the line was closed, it was probably about a 45-minute wait is my guess. So those last people are waiting quite a while, but people are sticking in there.
They're sticking in there. Tasha, is there any indication as to why 45 minutes seems like a long time? I voted at the Fargo Dome at about 5:30. The line was the longest I had seen at a polling location in a long time, but I bet you I was still in and out within 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's moving slow. I can't exactly say why. I mean, the line is it weaves, right? So it goes up and down and back and way back. So it's at one point it was past like the Roger Maris Museum. So and then it weaves back and forth. So it's a very long line here. It was. Now it's gotten shorter, obviously, since 7 o'clock since the line closed. But
so Tasha, what's the attitude? Because people get ornery a little bit when they're waiting in line for a long time.
Yeah, I've seen a few people ditch the line. Not many, but a few people have sort of given up. I mean, one guy was clearly in a work uniform, probably had to get to work, so he had to give up. And a few other folks, have walked in and before 7 o'clock, walked in and saw the line and walked back out. So must not have wanted to vote that bad. But I don't know. The attitude in line is kind of stalwart. I think people are, ready to. Not jovial.
Well, no, if they're like me, I have very little patience. So I can about imagine, especially if you're like me and waited to the last minute to get in line. But the point is, if you're in line before 7 o'clock, you're still going to get that vote in. So I hope people are being encouraged to stay in line, cast that ballot, and then wait for those results right here on KFGO.
Tasha, is anybody from the polling places walking up or down the aisle and saying, hey, hang in there with us, or talking to them about it? Hey, it might take this much time?
Yeah, the man who's running the polling place is the last person in line at this point. He sort of made sure he was the last person so he could stop the line, and he was wandering up and down the line a little earlier talking to folks. So I assume that's what he was saying, that, you know, even if 7 o'clock hits, you should stick in this line because you're in it now. So,
Tasha, appreciate it. You'll take care out there, and we'll check in again later on, all right?
Happy to do it.
All
Talk
right.
to you guys soon.
Tasha
Bye-bye.
Carvell, part of that KFGO news team. If you have comments on your experience voting or just about these candidates, let us know at 35270. That's provided by the Eye Consultants of North Dakota. And, of course, our phone line's open, provided by Laney's. That's at 237-5948. You're listening to KFGO's Election Night coverage. I'm Tyler Axness. He's Joel Heitkamp. We'll be right back.
Don't move. Election results and analysis coming up next on 790 KFGO.
Welcome back. You got it locked into 790 AM, 94.1 and 104.7 FM, or perhaps you're watching KFGO.com election night coverage. It is primaries across the state of North Dakota, but you got those local races, including city commissions, county commissions. You've got park board members, school board members. It's all being decided tonight, Joel.
You know, and one of the things that I'm really curious about is the why, because when you've got a 40-some minute wait on polls that normally would be closed, why? And, of course, you can be part of what Tyler and I and the whole crew here at KFGO are doing. All you got to do is call 1-800-880-5346 on our Laney's News and Views studio line, or text us on our Eye Consultants of North Dakota line at 35270. I think people really have some strong opinions, Tyler.
They have to. I mean, to be willing, and no offense to this type of a race, but to be willing to stand in line for 45 minutes to go in and cast because it's a school board, a city commission, and a mayoral race, it tells you that there's a lot of passion out there to be decided on this. Now, we had the individual that really spearheaded the approval voting here in Fargo on Afternoons Live earlier today. And I asked, do you think this is part of the reason why I have so many candidates on? And in fact, we've had candidates on throughout this whole election cycle, and I've asked that same question. Why so many candidates? And they do think that the approval voting may have allowed them a shot. And now clearly, I mean, if you have a couple people that might have your back going out there and you can start voting for a variety of the like-minded people, there's got to be a reason that's tied to that why you're having these long lines.
And that's one of the reasons in the last segment I was saying that it should be harder to get on the ballot. Because you can get together with a group of people and they can say, and you know what they're going to say? They're going to say, I'm just going to vote for you. Everyone else is going to vote multiple times and yours will add up more. And so you've got to get on the ballot. And the next thing you know, you have people on the ballot that, and I'm not trying to say they don't belong as much as what they didn't care. There are some of these candidates that simply didn't care. They just, we had an individual in the studio with us running for mayor who said, I just thought it'd be cool. Mm-hmm. I mean, come on. There's
a credibility, a level that needs to be considered in some of this. And on Afternoons Live, we had every candidate, or at least we had an invite to every candidate out there to come on, explain yourself. It'd be that educational process. And, I mean, you can see perhaps at times where the line is drawn about credibility. Now, that's not to say that some of these candidates didn't have a very unique passion that they brought to their campaigns. I can think of Sherry Ferkel, for example, brought something to the mayoral race that I have not heard probably ever when it comes to a candidate saying, look, we got to focus on beautification. Does Sherry have a legitimate shot tonight? I don't believe so. We'll find out in a little bit of time. But she brought something to the race. Yeah. There are other candidates that perhaps on the city commission that wasn't the case because it's $100, get your name on, and you can sit back and talk about how cool it's going to be.
Yeah, and that's a great point because, I mean, how many people were talking about beautifying Fargo? How many people were being specific about what could or should happen in Fargo in regards to just simply how Fargo looks? Mm-hmm. And the one thing that can happen throughout all of that is the people that do win, that we're going to find out tonight, one, sometimes they find roles for individuals like Sherry Ferko in their administration. I don't know if she's going to win. I don't. I'm going to make the assumption she's not. But, you know, if you're the mayor, if you're somebody that ends up being the mayor, the next thing you want is you want somebody like that to take their agenda further in your administration.
It's true. You brought something to a conversation that wasn't there before. And let's bring something into the conversation right now. JJ Gordon, part of It Takes Two, up at the Fargo Dome. JJ, what are you finding up there?
Well, I can tell you this, Tyler and Joel. It's a much different sight than I saw just a few hours earlier. They are packing up. Everyone is through the line at the Fargo Dome. In fact, the poll workers are all on their way out. In fact, I think some of them are headed over to Newman Outdoor Field because you can already hear the Red Hawks playing there. I did have a chance to chat with a couple of the workers, and of course, you know, they're not allowed to say much, but what they did say is it was pretty steady throughout the entire day. I asked one of them who said he's worked several different elections. I said, was this a higher turnout than you normally expect? And he predicts that we will see a higher turnout in the city of Fargo, at least for voters, just judging on the number of people who came through today.
JJ, when you look at some of those polling workers and you get a chance to visit with them, obviously there's only so much information that they can give out. But did they give any indicator at all about the process in terms of how quickly we'll be able to find out just what they have in their hands?
You know, one of the interesting things that from an earlier conversation that I had while I was waiting in line is the addition of these digital voting machines, right? So you put a piece of paper into the machine, you scan your voting ticket, and then it actually prints it all out for you and spits it back. You still run it through the same machine you'd run a traditional ballot through. And I gotta tell you, Joel, that slowed down the process, I think. I think it was still faster to use a regular paper ballot and a pen. There's certainly more stations like that set up. And across the board, it just seems to me like it was taking a long time to process people through. And I think it's because approval voting, of course, when you see that, you can vote for as many people as you like, but that's not across the entire ballot. It is confusing. It is confusing for a lot of voters out there. I mean, let's face it, we've dedicated hours to approval voting on KFGO, and I still was a little bit confused when I got my ballot today. So that slowed down the process. Yeah,
JJ, I think you're right on both fronts there. In particular, the electronic voting. This was the first election that I had used that, and I noticed that the line going through there because, fewer stations, but it was more cumbersome. And the time to get through that line versus just having that good old traditional paper ballot seemed to be a little bit more time-consuming.
So, guys, it was a lot like ordering a sub at Subway. It's supposed to be faster, but it's not. Is that what you're telling me?
Sure, there's an analogy for you, JJ. You want to run with that one?
Look, all I wanted was everything on it.
I think the biggest difference is what slowed me down is you take something like the Fargo City Commission race. You had to hit next on a page to be able to see the rest of the names because they all couldn't fit on one screen. And if you did not go to that, it would stop you later on, not immediately, but later on and say, whoa, you did not look at all the names, not that you didn't vote for enough, but you didn't look at all the names that were eligible for this. And I talked with my wife afterwards, and she said, that really trips you up because it looks like you've got something wrong with your ballot, and you certainly want to make it count. So she said, I went all the way back. And so, Joel, it's a little bit like that. I would say it's a little bit closer to saying, listen, I thought I bought the whole season of MASH, and I only bought one episode. Now I got to go back and buy the other 19.
See, your analogy is a post. Mine is a pre. Text message comes in and says, Joel, I'll tell you why, because it was done in the polling places. That's why I had to go way over to West Fargo, and I live in South Fargo, and I did not appreciate having to go over to West Fargo to vote. I'd much rather be closer to where I live because of the price of fuel. One of our text messages, Tyler.
Yeah, you can continue to have your voice heard at 35270. We're going to come back in just a little bit. This is Election Night coverage right here on KFGO.
Don't move. More election results and analysis coming up next on 790 KFGO.
At Doosan.
Thanks for keeping it locked into KFGO. You can be streaming us worldwide at KFGO.com. I'm Tyler Axness, Joel Heitkamp, also in the KFGO studio. It's election night here across the upper Midwest, and in particular, Fargo is where most of our focus is. Not isolated to, Joel. I mean, across this 790 AM signal, there's a lot of contested legislative races as well, just because of redistricting. There's been a lot of infighting, a lot of money coming from the governor's office injected into those legislative races. It's gotten heated not only in flyers here in Fargo, but across really the region this election cycle. It's been something different.
It's as though there's more money out there. And you know, you and I both have run campaigns and seen our names on ballots, and so we know what it costs to do what some of these individuals are doing, and we saw it on these airways because, you know, not to toot our horn, but everybody knows if you want to connect, you're going to talk through KFGO.com. We had a ton of advertising.
We did.
On our airways, and so there was some money out there, Tyler.
There was, and it's getting increasingly more that way, and it's going to get more expensive. How much did it cost for you to run for election for a legislative district in South North Dakota?
Oh man, that was so long ago.
Yeah.
So put that in perspective. But the largest race we ever ran, we ran as a team, and we spent $15,000.
Okay. For my race in 2012, it was about $30,000.
Yeah.
There is a primary race in Western North Dakota in Beulah right now. One candidate alone has raised over $100,000.
Yeah.
Because it's a contested race. And we talk about the passion that's going on here in Fargo because of all these issues. When it comes to those legislative races, the passion that's going and getting injected in, $100,000 for a primary race is eye-popping to me.
There are some races out there, or certainly some candidates, that I want to really track and take a look at in terms of whether or not people that work harder at it can win because of that. Mm-hmm. I'll give you an example, Tyler, of what I'm talking about. Down where two individuals that were districted out of the legislature, where they took their district away, and now they're running in the district they were placed in, more as insurgents than anything else, down in my neck of the woods, are Kathy Scraw and Jason Heitkamp. They have worked. I mean, I'm not a big fan. They're not a big fan of me. There's my disclaimer. They've worked incredibly hard. I mean, everywhere you turn around, they were there. And so, you know, you've got an established candidate in the district already in Cindy Schreiber-Beck, well-known throughout Richland County. And she, as a Republican, is being challenged by those two Republicans for a spot on that ballot. And with all due respect to Cindy, I don't think that she worked as hard as the other two. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out.
I'm going to take a stab at some of that, especially on the established legislative races of the established Republicans. They've been spoiled. Mm-hmm. They've been absolutely spoiled in what they've had to do to win elections, because it hasn't been very difficult in a state like North Dakota to be a Republican on a ballot and simply win. Yep. You don't got to raise a whole lot of money, and what you do, you can go out there and say, look, I'm the Republican candidate on here. So you got kind of in this comfort zone, I think, for a lot of these candidates out there. I think of some of the people that I worked well with out there that are now fighting to keep their seats. Bob Erbley comes to mind.
Yeah.
You know, Bob Erbley and I, we disagree, but boy, respectful guy. Yeah. So we go out there and, you know what, he was in a kind of a comfort zone. Well, now he got Sebastian Erdault, I believe, out there that got redistricted in. And the thing that's going to be telling, I think, after the results come in tonight is, did the money win out? And how much money was raised for more of these established candidates? Because that's where a lot of the money's going, is for those that have been out there that are maybe more moderate versus those that, as you say, have more of that grassroots. They're out there actually knocking doors, working maybe a little bit harder. They're a little bit more hungry for this.
Yeah, there's no question about that. For many of them, they know that once the Republican primary is done, then you spend your money now. Yeah. For lack of better. And this all started with with Rick Becker deciding he would challenge, of all people, John Hoeven, the most established individual that Republicans have on the ballot. Abby Miller went to the Doubletree, and she checked it out there, and it's completely cleaned up. And so, not everything is like Tasha Carvell is seeing at West Acres.
You know, and it makes you wonder why West Acres. You know, I mean, you love the people that are put the time in to learn the system, but I think that West Acres was slow during early voting. In fact, I shouldn't just isolate them, because I heard the same up at the Fargo Dome. Slow during the early vote. But this is such a centrally located polling place at West Acres. If there's more traffic there, when the results come in and I can see who voted at what place, or not who, but how many people voted at what location, I'm going to see if they had more foot traffic over atEst Acres than others.
Well, it's a food court. Supper.
Yeah. I mean, you got the Roger Maris Center right there.
A little bit. Yeah, and it's the Roger Maris Center.
Imagine you got the kids in line with you, and you're right by that pet store over there as well.
You know, we talked about the just the tone of the race. And if you look at what Dave Piepkorn did in that one city commission meeting where he took on Jim Roars, and he got right up in Jim Roars' grill about the fact that that project wasn't done in North Fargo.
Called him a liar.
Yeah. called him a liar. And this is the same Dave Piepkorn that flipped off. I mean, he did. Flipped off a fellow city commissioner during a meeting. I mean, so things have gotten, I don't know, more Trump-like. And so normally that would disqualify you from being ever elected again.
Yeah.
And Dave Piepkorn has had more money spent against him. And yet, Tyler, if I had to bet my retirement money, I'd say that tonight we're going to be saying Dave Piepkorn's name a lot.
Pat Finken's, well, it's not Pat Finken's money. It's Pat Finken's doing with whoever decided the money to be spent in there. And I think the fact that the way the law is set up, they can give someone like Pat Finken, who's quite frankly really good at what he does. He's been successful for decades now in North Dakota politics. But the fact that you don't have to put your name on the check, you don't have to have the carbon copy be reported to the rest of the people, like Dave Piepkorn, whose name was on all those dirty flyers. Doesn't he have a right to know who's spending the money against him?
Yes, he does.
It's chicken that you don't have to put your
exactly,
name on.
and you don't have to be Jason Bourne to figure out what happened there. I mean, he ticked off a family with money, and so I'm just going to go out on a limb, and somebody can say it's not true, Joel. The Roars family invested in this,
and we will never have the evidence. We'll never have the actual answer, and they're going to say whether it's on that side or the Finken side, saying, "Well, no, it wasn't them."
Yeah, exactly.
You don't need to know.
And you know, you had some high-profile names in these races. Al Carlson deciding to run again for office in Fargo. You look at Arlette Preston. That's a name that's been on the ballot, sometimes a winner and sometimes a loser. You know, she currently sits on the city commission already. She's got 2 safe years if she isn't successful as mayor. But something made her decide to run against a man that she found out through the courts, and Tim Mahoney got to run again. She knew by the time she announced. And something, you know, when all of this settles out, you know, you still have to be able to govern. And so it's going to be interesting how that works.
It is. The whole mayoral race, and I'd asked Arlette this. So you are on the commission right now. What changes when you get that other title? You still serve on this, but you're a mayor here. I'm going to be honest, Joel. There wasn't a whole lot of an answer in that moment for what would change there. Perhaps because, I mean, there's some similarities there when it comes to what you would like to see done. Maybe a little bit more of an investment on this side versus that side there. But that was something that I was watching from the beginning of this race, knowing that Arlette serves on this commission with Tim Mahoney. What changes? And I was waiting this whole election to figure out what it might be. I didn't get it. Did you?
No. And where I challenged Arlette when she was on with my show was there's a lot of talk about neighborhoods, building neighborhoods. I think everybody loves the thought of that. They do. They love the thought of that. But there has to be a common place to build a neighborhood. And other than, hey, I live right next to this person. We're not seeing that. And we're not. I mean, Tyler, the biggest concern that these families have is they can't find childcare. Well, think about that. That means they're 2-income families. That means that they're people so busy that the only time they're going to get a chance to see their kids is when they're home if they're going to get ahead in life in terms of what their goals are personally. And so you can talk about building neighborhoods. The best scenario to me that you have is having fun in your cul-de-sac. You know what I'm getting at?
Open the garage doors up, have the driveway, get the lawn chairs out, have the grill and a cold one.
Exactly. I love the fact that she pushes that agenda. I love the fact it's talked about. I love the fact during the KFGO debates, she brought up the fact that if you're crossing 52nd Avenue or 25th or 32nd, you're taking your life into your own hands. I mean, there are things that Fargo needs to fix. But when I drive up every day, from Hankinson to Fargo, I see Tim Mahoney. I see him. It starts at Hickson, where all of a sudden there's new interstate there, and all of a sudden there's all kinds of dirt moved there. And when you look at this race, we're going to find out whether or not the diversion is still on people's minds or not, because that's his big success story.
I had asked Tim Mahoney when he was in during Afternoons Live. You basically are having people that have to tell you you're fired. Have you done anything to get fired? And of course he says not really, and he gave off a list of things as to why. But that's the bottom line here. You have to fire Tim Mahoney and say, here's why. And I don't know that the case was necessarily made from any of the other candidates, but we'll find out if I'm
think
wrong.
some of these moves were moving forward when they thought Tim couldn't run again. They were surprised by that court ruling, Tyler. All right, we're going to take a little break. When we come back, more of our coverage. I hope you're going to KFGO.com and looking at our handsome young afternoon host and our old guy that's on in the morning.
Don't move. More election results and analysis coming up next on 790.
All right, what's your first name?
Mackenzie Anderson.
Mackenzie, and tell me about, you're here voting today?
Yeah. Well, just turning 18 in the past month, I just for sure wanted to put my vote out there and thought it was a really exciting experience. So.
Yeah? Was it confusing at all, or was it a pretty straightforward?
No, it was pretty easy, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely easier than I thought it was going to be. So,
right.
Yeah.
Did you know going in who you wanted to vote for? And you felt
Yeah, definitely did my research before I went in and made sure I know who I wanted to vote for. So.
How long did you wait in line?
About 40 minutes.
Yeah.
So, definitely longer.
And did you feel like it was worth it?
I think it was, yeah.
Right on.
For sure.
Thanks, Mackenzie.
Yes, of course.
Appreciate you.
that I could legally vote, I didn't vote. It was for a Matador City Commission race, and there were 3 people running for one spot, and I didn't vote. And the vote total ended up 33 to 33 to 32. And actually, no, they were running for 2 spots, I should say. So one person lost, and the person that lost was the individual that I would have voted for. And if you think that didn't make me realize that one vote can, I mean, after that, it was like, get your butt out there and get voting, you know.
Well, you know, it's the civic duty. You can't, and I'm going to clean this up, you can't complain if you don't vote.
That's
and
right.
I know there's a lot of people that like to complain about a lot of things, and we all like to outdo each other who's got it worse. If you don't take time, like Mackenzie, 18 years old, she had to wait 40 minutes in line. Still chipper to talk about how great of an experience it was.
Well, and there's 2 things that jumped out at me there in her conversation with Tasha. Number one, the process was easy to her. So she wasn't intimidated by the electronic voting. She wasn't intimidated by any of that. She was ready. And the other thing was she knew who she was voting for, which tells you she was pretty passionate to get out there and vote. She didn't go through a list and say, oh, you know, she didn't take it cavalier. She had done her research, and I think that says a lot as well. Tyler, some of these candidates just brought out passion in people. Now, some of that good and bad when it comes to their candidacy, but you take, for example, like a Jennifer Benson. Jennifer Benson was censured by the Fargo School Board. She left the Fargo School Board to run for city commission. Did she ever catch wind underneath her sails? I know we're going to find out, but did you see that name going around Fargo as much during this race?
No, I did not. I really didn't, Joel. But this is where that approval voting, if you get these block voting individuals out there, because I know that there's outgoing city commissioners. Tony Gehrig is somebody that has not shied away from coming on either of our shows.
He's in this race.
And he's absolutely in this race.
Tony is, for those of you folks out there who think that Tony Gehrig isn't on the ballot, he is. Yes. It's just his name is Jody Plessity.
Yes. So Jody Plessity and Jennifer Benson are the 2 people that, in fact, he's been, from what I gather by his own words on Facebook, those are the 2 candidates he's going for. You know who the 5 candidates are on the school board? Yeah. The Fargo 5 you speak of. So if people are going out and they are heeding that mentality of, all right, here's the 2 and here's the 5, it swings things so wildly that if this were any other traditional election without this process, I'd be more comfortable making predictions than what I am tonight.
I had one of the Fargo 5. I had her in my studio, and I asked her about what books she wanted banned. And the ones she brought up were books that you're like, okay, her kids are in early elementary. And yet she was worried about junior high and actually beyond junior high, like sophomore, junior level. And it's like, what are we talking about here? How do you know about this? What's the issue? And so to me, she was running based upon an agenda of her own personal beliefs in regards to what people should be taught, not based upon how you can improve how they're taught, anything like that. She had become judge and jury all at the same time. And, you know, that Fargo 5, and I said this to her, I said, why should people take you seriously when you submitted petitions that, quite frankly, didn't have names on them that were legal to be on them?
Well, and a lot of those opinions on what should be taught, what should not be taught, isn't their own personal opinions, Joel. That's what they found online with these right-wing publications. People can be as upset with me as they want by saying that, but there are dots that are connected, and you can hear it in what they say and what you see online on all these boards out there. This isn't original thinking on their part either.
What's interesting is whether or not running as a group the way they did will pay off, or if you're going to see some separation amongst that group, Tyler.
You can join the conversation at 35270. That's the iConsultants of North Dakota Text Club. You can also call us on the Laney studio line at 237-5948. That's Joel Heitkamp. I'm Tyler Axness. So you got it locked into KFGO's election night coverage.
All right. What's your first name?
Mackenzie Anderson.
Mackenzie. And tell me about, you're here voting today?
Yeah. Well, just turning 18 in the past month, I just for sure wanted to put my vote out there.
Studio. You're listening either on 790 AM, 94.1, 104.7 FM, or you're watching us worldwide at KFGO.com. And if you're just tuning in, polls close at 7 o'clock. But there were some instances, as reported by our KFGO news team, in particular at one polling location, 45-minute wait at that time. So that puts us at about 8 o'clock, if in fact everybody stayed in line to finish voting at West Acres. And if they were in line, I hope they stayed in line. But we are still awaiting those results. There has been 0 precincts reported as of now, but we will let you know when some of those results start trickling in.
Yeah, we'll get you the results.
Yeah.
We really will. This text message got my attention. A text message comes into our iConsultants of North Dakota text club. It says, Tyler, my son was crushed. He is 2 weeks away from his 18th birthday, and he is so bummed he couldn't participate in this. He will be a senior, and I think recognize the issues with school board members, some not believing in science, and the radical people that were opposed to mask wearing to get on the board, which candidates is going to put forth the effort to serve all of the constituents in each unique need. As this individual goes on, the point they're making is that person was just weeks away and they were ready to make the decision already.
They were. And, that goes to the point that if people don't think these young adults were following along, paying attention to some of the comments that were made from people that were on the board, some of the people that weren't on the board, they watched, as you and I did, or they heard right here on KFGO, some of the heated exchanges between some parents, school board members, people that didn't even have kids in those school districts. I mean, they grew up in the environment having to deal with this nonsense at times every single day. And I mean, I understand why, and it's unfortunate that this son is, just a couple of days away, but to have somebody be that willing and wanting to be able to vote, and you have other people that are going to go out there and shout from the mountaintops and then not wait 40 minutes, doesn't that just show you that the passion that so many people have now versus others that just want to talk about it and not do much about it?
So what role do you think social media has played in this as well?
A large. I think social media has changed the landscape of a lot of things, but elections in particular. And I think that's more so now than what it was in 2012, 2008, I think was probably when things started with Barack Obama with Facebook. He was the first candidate to really utilize that. But as things grew, now everybody has their own blog. Everybody's got their own platform. And what's happened now over the years, you got more and more people going towards those that think the same, that share the same ideas, and you get this echo chamber, but then you kind of feel like, boy, there's a lot of us out there. And if we just kind of group together and we get 5 of us to run for the school board, we might be able to get ourselves on. And it's really changed, I think, the landscape. It's changed the conversation. It's changed outcomes in elections. And I don't know if we'll find it out tonight, but certainly it showed up in previous elections and it will in future elections.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about it as well. The other thing I mentioned earlier that there was money spent on this campaign, that was a cheap way. You didn't have to have money to campaign and really get your word out to the masses. And I think we're seeing it here. We're going to see it statewide. We're going to see it nationally. And again, I go back to the fact that the 45th president of the United States was ahead of everybody else on it. If there's any lesson, whether you liked him or not, that Donald Trump taught America, it's that you don't need all that tradition. You need social media in large part to do this.
Yeah, social media and the way to get attention. And that's at times by, unfortunately, flipping the bird to a fellow commissioner or saying something as bombastic to get that nightly news coverage.
Let me ask you this, Tyler. Okay. Dave Piepkorn's a big personality, and the Roars went after Dave Piepkorn. There's no question about that. Others went after Dave Piepkorn. What are they going to do if Dave Piepkorn survives tonight? Because when you go after someone like Dave,
better not miss.
You better win.
Yeah.
You better win. Or, if I'm Jim Roars, for example, and, and I'm sitting there looking at contracts I want with the city or things that I want to do or plans I want to pitch, and you did this to Dave Piepkorn, game on. It's going to be interesting. Yeah,
well, and that was alluded to in other conversations that I've had with people following this, that if it were Roars, if it were Doug Burgum and his connections to developments across this city, if in fact it ever comes to light. Now we can sit here and speculate, and that's what exactly we're doing as talk show hosts, as to who put that money in to go as as directly at Dave Piepkorn repeatedly, over and over. If you miss and he gets reelected, and if he's able to connect some dots here, I mean, he's got a pretty powerful now vote that's going to be on that commission. There's no doubt if he gets reelected or not, he's going to be eyeing that mayoral seat here in the next 4 years.
We're going to find out how powerful Doug Burgum is in this community because if Shannon Roars-Jones ends up being mayor, in large part that's going to be because of Doug Burgum. If she doesn't end up being mayor, it shows you that people aren't jumping up and down to listen to Doug Burgum.
Yeah, it's there's stuff to be investments everywhere going on. When it comes to just the amount of dollars that Doug Burgum's put in, the dollars that perhaps Roars have put in.
Yeah, I will say this, that Shannon Roars-Jones had an opportunity to really separate from the candidates, I believe, when Piepkorn took after her father, and she missed that opportunity.
Yeah. Joel, before we get to this next commercial break, I know that there's people that are still voting and leaving West Acres after the vote. In fact, let's connect with Lucas over at West Acres.
My name is Lucas.
Lucas, okay, so how long did you wait in line today?
Waited in like about a half hour.
Okay.
Wasn't too bad.
Yeah, and you got here at, what time did you guys get here?
6:20, 6:30?
Okay, all right on. And was the process easy, hard?
The process was really easy. They did a really good job, getting everyone through even after 7 o'clock, and all the workers were super helpful.
What about the approval voting process? Was that confusing at all, or was
No,
it pretty clear?
I love that. Approval voting is a much more democratic way to do things than just like a straight winner-take-all situation.
Coverage on KFGO right after this.
Don't move. More election results and analysis coming up next on 790 KFGO.
See the future.
With 100,000 watts on 104.7 FM and on the triple towers of power, the mighty 790 News Radio KFGO.
KFGO News, Fargo-Moorhead, partly sunny at 8:06. It is still 78 degrees. I'm Paul Jurgens. As we await the election results tonight on this election night in Fargo, West Fargo, primaries across the state of North Dakota, watching the mayoral and city commission races in Fargo, Park Board, the school board, also races in West Fargo, primarily the school board there. The Secretary of State's office told KFGO News earlier today they did not expect to have any results released until 8 o'clock, and we are at 8 o'clock now. Voting continued at West Acres, the community center there, until a short time ago. Fargo Dome has wrapped up its process. The other polling locations in Fargo also have wrapped things up, and so we are awaiting the results tonight. Former Fargo police officer Justin Nachitello says it was a difficult few months. He was fired by Police Chief Dave Zabolski earlier this year. Zabolski argued that Nachitello, who had been on the force nearly 20 years, did not meet department standards in answering calls on a missing persons case and a stolen car investigation. Nachitello countered that he had good explanations for how he handled the calls, but he wasn't treated fairly. He will be allowed to resign.
I definitely was tempted to just resign and walk away from the whole situation, but I knew in my heart that what was happening to me was unfair. It was not true, so I felt compelled to bring everything that was happening into the light so that the community and the city commission and other parties that should know were aware of what transpired.
Nachitello says he did not want termination on his employment record. He says he's pursuing a master's degree in project management. Mayor Mahoney says the city commission has agreed to allow Nachitello to resign, retroactive to his firing last January. The agreement will be finalized later this month. Fargo police arrested 2 people following an incident involving gunfire and fleeing. Shortly after 11 last night, officers responded to a call of a gunshot in the 1900 block of 21st Avenue South. They found a building had been struck by 2 bullets. The caller gave a description of a vehicle thought to have been involved. Police stopped the SUV in the same area. The driver informed police he did not have a license and then fled with a passenger. In the process, he ran over an officer's foot and nearly struck a second officer. Police tracked down the vehicle and found it had been abandoned. A perimeter was set up and police began a search using UNO, a police canine, and the suspects were quickly apprehended. The driver, 41-year-old Michael Gridneau, and his 26-year-old passenger, Chantel Davis, together are facing more than a dozen charges, including possession of a firearm, aggravated assault on a peace officer, carrying a concealed weapon, driving under suspension, and a variety of drug charges. Prosecutors say a former energy company executive from Los Angeles has pleaded guilty in a $15 million scheme to defraud investors in phony business arrangements for services to oil and gas companies in North Dakota. Joey Dodson was chairman of Citadel Energy Partners. When he began raising money, he said, would fund 3 limited partnerships. Dodson misspent the money as part of the Ponzi scheme and then used it to repay investors in an unrelated investment he ran separately. The 58-year-old pleaded guilty to wire fraud. He faces up to 20 years in prison. A 13-year-old girl is hospitalized in Fargo after the ATV she was driving rolled along Highway 75 near Halstead, Minnesota. The State Patrol says the girl was not wearing a seatbelt or a helmet. The crash took place shortly after 1 this afternoon. Her name and condition have not been released. The Sanford Roger Maris Cancer Center's new bone marrow transplant program in Fargo is preparing for its next phase. Last fall, the center began transplants where patients give stem cells to themselves after processing. This fall, the clinic will start providing transplants in which patients can receive stem cells from a donor. Before the bone marrow center opened, patients would have to travel to the University of Minnesota or Mayo Clinic for treatments. The program manager says being able to offer the transplants in Fargo is a game changer for patients across the region. Still awaiting election results from the Secretary of State's office in Bismarck, which tabulates the results statewide. And, of course, we're waiting for the mayoral results, city commission results, school board results in Fargo, school board results also in West Fargo, and some other races, some other key races. Fargo-Moorhead partly sunny at 78. Paul Jurgens, News Radio, KFGO.
Welcome back to election night coverage here on KFGO. I'm Tyler Axness, host of Afternoons Live. Joel Heitkamp, host of News and Views. Going to be with you on these very airwaves till 8:30. We're getting you all these election results that are coming in. And Joel, I got to say, it's a bit of a trickle coming in.
Yeah. You're a liar. Or wait, that was just written about you. I'm just letting you know.
It was written about us.
No, I think they meant
it's
just you.
You guys.
YouTube. They're out there bashing you, man.
Yeah. Specifically, what are we allegedly lying about?
I think that they're upset that I might have said that Jim Roars was behind the campaign against Dave Piepkorn. Now, here's the thing. We can't prove that. We're commentators. We speculate. They can't prove I'm wrong.
And they'll never be able to because the process is chicken.
Yeah.
Because the way of which whoever was too chicken to put their name on the paid for by decided to go through Pat Finken to get these mailers out against Dave Piepkorn.
Well, and it's what Pat Finken has been his whole career. It's who he is. So he knew this. He knew the process. But for any individual that's out there writing that wants to say it right to our face, we take it. 1-800-880-5346. That's our Laney's News and Views studio line. If you want to text us, 35270. That's our Eye Consultants of North Dakota Text Club. I'll be happy to have a conversation with you about whether or not Jim Roar's fingerprints are on the campaign against Dave Piepkorn.
Yeah. Those comments on YouTube, which you can be watching the live stream of us in the KFGO studio doing radio at KFGO.com, and so much more coming up. What we're trying to do is get you all these polling results when they in fact close. And what they are all closed. And they closed at 7 o'clock here. But quite frankly, there was long lines at some of these polling locations. So every vote counts if you're in line before 7 o'clock strikes and you still had a chance to vote. And I'm getting some news from the KFGO News Center. I'm going to read this verbatim so I'm not out of line here and I don't get accused of lying. U.S. Senator John Hoeven easily won North Dakota's Republican primary, coasting past an unknown and poorly funded political challenger ahead of a November matchup when he is again likely to be a heavy favorite. So U.S. Senator John Hoeven, no surprise there, Joel.
Well, there was no surprise, but you got to go back in that race and look at what it took for him to get as the Republican nominee on the ballot. He had, for the first time ever in his party, a challenger, and a worthy challenger. No one saw Rick Becker getting the amount of votes that he got at that convention other than the group that supported Rick Becker, that far-right Bastiat caucus. And so John Hoeven, he got a little wake-up call at the convention that maybe coming home to North Dakota and speaking to North Dakotans is a good thing and getting in touch, because since then, I think that you and I both can recognize the fact that he has gone big time right.
He has. The ratings that he's out there touting, and you can tell it's an election year because you finally hear from John Hoeven. There's times where, he hasn't come on my show. He's always ghosted us, as the kids say, when we try to get him on to provide some substance as to what's going on and what, your take is on A, B, or C. You hadn't heard much until about February of this year. And you can see it on social media in particular, which that means the staffer is typically probably doing that. But my question for you, and that goes back to what I was saying earlier when it comes to legislative races on the Republican side of North Dakota. You've gotten lazy. You've gotten it easy. All you had to do was get past that primary and know that you're likely going to win. When you have a challenger on the right side, somebody that's credible, quite frankly, what is it about Rick Becker? You followed him a little bit more closely than I have because, in 2016 when there was this contest for getting the endorsement at the Republican convention here in North Dakota, you had Wayne Stengham, you had Rick Becker, and you had Doug Burgum. And Rick Becker at that time had quite the impressive showing given how little was known about him. Is it grassroots? What is it that's getting him into these potential upset wins at these conventions?
Well, he says something. You can ask John Hoeven a question and you can ask it to him 3 times and you can still not get an answer. Now, he's ghosted me now too. And Kevin Kramer, who loved, coming on our shows, he won't come on anymore either. At least he won't come on ours because he knows what questions are waiting for him. And, Rick Becker would come on in 5 seconds. And he would do that if he was a United States Senator. I'd never vote for Rick Becker. Never. He is so far right. I couldn't do that. But by golly, I respect the heck out of him as a politician.
Joel Heitkamp, host of News and Views. I'm Tyler Axness, host of Afternoons Live. This is your election night coverage. We are live, local, first here in the KFGO studio. You can be watching us at KFGO.com, listening to us tradition at 790 AM, 94.1 and 104.7 FM. KFGO, more election night coverage right after this.
Don't move. More election results and analysis coming up next on 790 KFGO.
Election night coverage continuing here on KFGO. Still awaiting these local results to come in. We did able to bring the news, which doesn't surprise anybody that follows along, that U.S. Senator John Hoeven easily winning the GOP nomination, or whatever you want to call it, to go on into the November election and take on the winner of the contested Democratic race, which Katrina Christensen currently in the lead over there, as well as what we see lately. Other statewide contested races, Michael Howe is up on Mr. Lepp for the Secretary of State's office. So there, and that's the latest we've got right now, Joel. I know that we got some messages in at 35270. That's the iConsultants of North Dakota Text Club. Tyler, I'm livid about the fact that Shannon Roars-Jones was even allowed to run for mayor, given how much of a conflict of interest and how long the city and Roars have been in bed together. I live across the street from city limits, so was unable to vote against her. That goes on. Well, the conflict of interest thing has gotten brought up, and that is a direct result of Dave Piepkorn's questioning.
Right, exactly. And I go back to what I said earlier, which, imagine this scenario, Tyler. Okay, Dave Piepkorn goes after Jim Roars, albeit for political purposes. I think we can agree on some of that. It certainly was part of it. Shannon Roars-Jones, the next day, comes on shows like yours and mine and others and gets up in Dave Piepkorn's grill and says, listen, if you got a problem with me, you bring it to me. We're trying to get a job done here on a project in the middle of a COVID year where we can't get supplies and the lumber. I mean, there's a million things she could have said, but in the end, it was her father that went out and spoke. And it was teed up for her to come out and say, be that mayoral candidate that shows how strong she could or would be as mayor.
And bring that business background that was on a number of those flyers out there. Now, on the flip side of this, you got Dave Piepkorn. And there's been the allegations from people out there saying, well, you know that Tim Mahoney put Dave Piepkorn up to this, right? And I asked Tim Mahoney that.
I did too.
And of course he said, no, we're just following along on, the contract with the city. Now I'll ask you this, because there are individuals that have texted in throughout the course of this campaign saying, where was the city in this? Well, that there was that side of this equation as well. If they knew that there was a delay in this, shouldn't they have had any red flags being waved saying, look, we're a little behind here? Think there's any weight behind that argument? Because it didn't seem to gain traction, at least in the general public, when it comes to who they're voting for.
Well, in the end, these city employees, the Jim Gilmores of the world, still work for Tim Mahoney. Where I goofed up as a talk show host was I asked him whether he was part of any of that. I asked the mayor that, just as you did. What I should have asked him was, did he know it was going to happen? Because if he knew it was going to happen, as a mayor, Arlette Preston was on with me, a day ago, yesterday, and she said the one thing that she was very critical about Mayor Mahoney on was that he doesn't use the gavel. That there should be breaks in the meeting if tensions get that high, that you have to use the gavel. And, I sensed that there were a lot of people in Fargo that were nodding their head up and down at that time, or at that point. Not everybody likes the WWF.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I don't know if I agree with, and not everybody, sure. More and more, that's what politics, it's about the show.
Yep.
It is. It's about, my team versus yours. To me, it is at times, unfortunately, the spectacle that it's become. It's the flipping the bird.
Yep.
It's the Stone Cold Steve Austin of the WWE back in the day, where that does have a home in some people's, you know what? He's just like us. He'd buy us around.
Well, and
that carries people's weight sometimes.
There's one other thing, too, that confrontation that really defined this city commission / mayor race was the fact that it was valid. The criticism was valid. The project wasn't done, and the project wasn't done with a priority to what the community or the neighborhood of Roosevelt wanted. They were put on the back burner. And it wasn't done. So what Piepkorn did at that meeting was valid. It's how he did it that, to me, was the question.
Well, and that's where it can be both things.
Yep.
It can be political, which I think we're all in agreement that there was politics at play here, but it also could be about the contract, as you just said, wasn't met to what the agreement was. It is both. So both are kind of right when it comes to, the finger pointing saying this was all because Shannon's running for mayor, or no, it's all because of the contract. You guys are both right.
How many calls did you get, Tyler, or text messages during your show pointing out from subcontractors? I can remember twice. I had a subcontractor text in and say, if we're behind schedule, if there's ever a problem and we need to go back to Jim Roars and restructure our agreement, he never does. He says, you agreed to this, you're going to have to live with it. This is what your subcontract called for, and yet he came to the city and wanted a new agreement. Yeah. Well, the subcontractors called bull. If they're talking to you and I during our show, they're talking to others.
They are talking to others. And people are trying to talk to us in the text club. That's found at 35270. Tyler and Joel, I'm really surprised that neither one of you would not be talking about Piepkorn being thrown off the city commission for his actions over the last few months. It's a possibility. I mean, there is a real possibility that Dave Piepkorn does get thrown off the commission tonight. I think that because of the flyers that went against him, I think that backfired. I think that only raised his profile. I think they got people that typically wouldn't vote for Dave Piepkorn to rally around Dave Piepkorn, saying, look, if there's people that have deep pockets that want to go after someone like Dave, maybe he is on to something here.
Well, and I disagree with the premise of the point here. We have questioned whether or not Dave Piepkorn will be on this commission. Whether or not his actions have caused him to be off this commission. I that's one of the key races of tonight that I'm following.
Yeah, it's when there's a lot to be following, and unfortunately, we're not following with the results right now. They are still waiting to be tabulated here, and I don't know if it's because of the long lines. Here's what we're going to end up doing. We're going to look at the last few years as far as June election results go, and see what the turnout's been, and see if there's approval voting slowing anything down. But I tell you what's going to happen. Twins baseball is going to be at the bottom of the hour here. 8:30, we're going to be kicking it out to there. You're going to be getting pregame. You're going to have Chris Atterbury. The boys are out in Seattle playing right now. They won last night. But we're going to continue our election night coverage, KFGO.com, that stream. So we're not going anywhere, Joel.
Yeah, we're going to make sure you find out the results and you find them out as fast as you possibly can. This award-winning news team that we have is all over the newsroom. Tasha's out and about. Paul Jurgens, Don Haney, they're all working the late hours today, so they'll make sure you get the information as well.
Yeah, we'll be covering all that, and as you said, they're going to be out and about because there's some watch parties going on. All the work that goes into these campaigns, all the people that volunteered, all the sweat of knocking doors on these hot summer days. It's a night for everybody. There's nothing more that can be done. Polls are closed. This is the worst period in an election, just waiting for the Secretary of State or your county auditor to just dump all the information. Just let us know.
Exactly.
And we're going to be waiting in anticipation as those results do trickle in.
I won an election one time 2-1. It was a really good election for me. And all I could think of that night when I went to bed was the 1 versus the 2. And my wife said, "Oh, get over it. You won."
That last week, though, as a candidate, you always feel I didn't do enough.
Yep.
Didn't knock enough
what
doors.
Else could have I done?
This one got away from me.
Yeah.
It's so all of that culminating tonight, and quite frankly, as they're out, hopefully celebrating, letting it down, we're not going to be relaxing in here. We're going to be bringing you those results when they do come on in, both at the city of Fargo, the school board, some of these legislative races statewide as well. So if you're going to be kicking off with this coverage, KFGO.com, you can continue the stream there. For those of you listening on 790 AM and 94.1 or 104.7 FM KFGO, Twins baseball going to be taking over these airwaves. Tomorrow morning for the actual radio side, we're going to be breaking down these results, right, Joel?
Exactly. We're going to have this all over on our morning team, the morning crew, and we're going to have it on news and views and throughout the day. I know, Tyler, you're going to have winners, losers, and others on Afternoons Live, and, of course, Amy and JJ will be all over it as well.
Yeah, we'll be doing that all tomorrow. But, folks, if you want to continue this coverage, KFGO.com. I'm Tyler Axness. He's Joel Heitkamp. Thanks for keeping it locked into KFGO. Check 1, 2, 3. KFGO election coverage.
See you later. Hey, if anybody goes...
Going in, talk. This is Mike. Okay.
Trust me.
Nobody go to Jamestown.
I knew that already.
Talk to Dirty and Don about coming in with you.
Polly, this thing that Derek was talking about, adding a cart to the end of the ads, you know what you're doing with that? we have a cart number established for it?
I'll worry about it when I.
So are we going?
Yeah, you can adjust the gain, and they might need phantom power. So, yeah, hit 2, and then let's go to microphone,
So are you just going off those mics and you're not running anything through the board anymore?
Okay, because I can adjust like the gain. Yeah, he's only going through this thing, so this won't go through the board at all.
Oh, okay. So. So you really don't need anybody on the board then.
Abby, can you talk into that mic?
Talking to either one of them.
Yeah, hello, this is Abby, producer of News and Views.
Keep going.
Okay. Okay, so I grew up in Wapaton, North Dakota. I graduated in 2015 with, I think it can be done now.
Abby, you want to talk into that microphone just so he can hear his level a little bit?
Yeah. Okay, so when I was born, it was at the hospital in Breckenridge, Minnesota, and it was in the blizzard of 1997, and we actually got stranded there. My mom was stuck there for a few days. And
That's a cool story. Can you turn me up a little bit?
Don't worry, I'll continue at any moment.
Not advantageous. Did not think about
Headphones? I can hear myself just fine. I have no idea how I'm going to be cued in and out is the thing right now.
You essentially call it whenever you want.
thing that should be shorter than longer?
No, that's the piece that gets recorded into the commercials.
Oh, right. This is just.
Okay, I'm a little confused on what you guys want from me, I guess, right now, then. Like, do you just want me talking about this whenever I feel like? Is it results? Because, I mean, I'm willing.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. So whenever you want to get
Are there any commercial breaks or no? Because it's YouTube.
Yep.
You sit down and talk about running for mayor.
You're good. You can.
I can hear through here and I can hear there. I cannot hear you. Right. So I'll just kick it to a break whenever I'm naturally like, hey, we're done.
When you feel inclined.
Tell me when you signal to him and you signal to me when we're on.
Okay.
Welcome to our election night coverage, continuing on KFGO.com, YouTube, social media, wherever you got us locked in. I'm Tyler Axness, host of Afternoons Live, 2 to 5 weekdays, and we'll be breaking down some of those results tomorrow as we are awaiting those still tonight to come in, whether it's the city of Fargo, statewide election results as well, some of those contested legislative races across the region as well. But right here in the KFGO studio, somebody who's put their name on the ballot for mayor right here in Fargo. His name is JJ Gordon. He's part of It Takes Two, and he joins me right now. JJ, we had somebody text in at 35270, what you can do to join the conversation. Phone line's not available, but you can text me at 35270. Somebody said, you know what, JJ's run for mayor before. I'd love to get his take on this whole situation.
Sure.
So here you are. You ran for mayor. Explain when you ran.
In 2006, I was 23 years old, and what I opted to do was run for mayor because I didn't think people were talking about things that affected a younger generation. And one of the big problems with not talking to a younger generation is they're your future taxpayers. They're your future homeowners. And no one was discussing with them the issues that I thought were important at that time. So I took it upon myself. I worked at a video store at the time, right? So no one took me seriously right off the bat. And that was one of the big issues I had to overcome. And actually, in this very studio, John Strand, current City of Fargo commissioner, was hosting a Saturday show and invited all the mayors here, people who are running for mayor. And we all got a chance to sit in this room for 2 hours and talk about the issues and things that were important to us. Now, Tyler, let me mention a couple of things that I made a big deal about in 2006. Number one, downtown Fargo is not a very friendly place to come and spend a whole day. We certainly were trying to get businesses to move down there, but we weren't trying to get foot traffic. We weren't trying to get green space, and I really pushed that. Boy, seems like I was a little ahead of my time on that one. Right? I also suggested, wouldn't it be keen to put a skating rink in downtown Fargo, since we have these wonderful winter months, and it's an ability for us to have something fun. That ended up happening. I wanted to drive one of my campaign promises, I would drive every single street in Fargo and tell you where things needed to change. Not that our city of Fargo, like public works people, don't do a good job, but something as simple as the north end of Island Park, the northwest end, only had a 2-way stop, and it should have been a 4-way stop. I know that because that was my neighborhood, and so I suggested we make it a 4-way stop. About 6 years ago, they turned that into a 4-way stop. Beautiful. And then I talked about the fact that property taxes were a huge, huge hindrance to us in the city of Fargo, especially those people who are just about to buy a home, as well as those who've been in a home for a long time. So these two people on the opposite ends of the spectrum, and I devised a bell curve property tax method where you pay more property tax right out the get-go, but then the longer you live in Fargo, the less you pay. So it's an incentive to stay in Fargo. Doesn't matter if you move homes, but as long as you're a resident of the city of Fargo, as you get into those older years and your income becomes more and more fixed, you pay less in property taxes. What's the big gripe with property taxes? Most of it goes to the schools. My kids have been out of school for 30 years. Why should I be paying for it?
Yeah.
You're not paying as much anymore, so it's mainly going to the roads for you. So these are all things I talk about during my campaign. Now, I wasn't going to win to begin with because Dennis Wallaker was running for mayor. And and actually some familiar faces, Arlette Preston also running for mayor in that same heat. John Cosgriff, who had been very active on the city commission. Brad Swenson, who outspent all of us, I think, like 4-1, like $4 to every one for the highest spender. I want to say his campaign was over $100,000. You couldn't drive in this town without seeing one of his billboards. He came in fourth in what was essentially a 4-pony race. So I didn't come in last. Yeah, a guy named Richard came in last, who was an old media tycoon. And I remember one of my favorite things from that year was somebody had talked about all of the people running for mayor. And at that time, there were 6 of us, which was a massive amount of people running for one office, right? I don't think Fargo had ever seen so many people. And now we've got 15 people running for city commission. It's insane.
There's a few things you touched on. Yes, the interest this time around versus what was I popping back then. Part of that has to be approval voting. And I know that when we had our on-air coverage, it is quite easy to get your name on a ballot on the city elections here. Something that might want to be considered changing. I believe that have to be through the city commission. But you talked about 18-year-olds and those younger people. One thing we heard from people voting in West Acres was from a couple of young people, one being their first time being able to vote and the pride they took with that. It seems that those younger individuals are paying more attention in the latter few years. I don't know if I'm misreading that, because that's one thing when we talk about who shows up to vote, in particular at these type of elections. You don't have the president at the top. These midterm, these primary elections, young people don't vote. I hope that is starting to change course here.
Well, and I think it's for generations we've been telling these young people, well, no one's really talking about issues that are important to you because the people who are making the decisions are so far away from your age bracket. You take someone like Will Thompson. Every time I have seen Will Thompson on, it's been, I'm the youngest person running. I'm the youngest person running. I'm the youngest person running. Now, is that a qualification or a hindrance? Well, it depends on who you ask, right? I think that there's a lot of life now that I actually am a homeowner. When I was running for mayor, I was an apartment dweller, so I really didn't know that much about what it's like to actually have specials assigned to me. I did know that at the time my grandmother was worried about property taxes and will she be able to keep her townhouse because bills keep going up. If you are a young person today with the current state of inflation going on right now and knowing that you're actually taking home less than you were because of the price at the pump, the goods on the shelf, I would be shocked that more young people aren't saying, well, listen, I've got to have some kind of say in this because it's directly affecting things like my pocketbook, my freedoms, my leisure time. I mean, whatever it is. Kids today, and by kids, I mean anyone 25 and under, because I'm now in that upper 30s category.
We are getting old.
They're the ones who are feeling, pushed to be bold and to have their voice heard and to have the topics they want. I find it very interesting that one of the biggest topics in the mayoral race is the drag racing that's taking place in town. And I personally don't hear it where I live. I'll be honest. I never hear it. I know plenty of other people, though, who do tell me, yeah, I hear it. To me, that seems to be an affront to younger people. I'm guessing that the median age of the people who are drag racing are not retirement age, right?
Probably 22.
Probably 22, right?
Sorry, youngins. But.
And so to me, it's a way of saying well, we need to do something about the youth without saying we need to do something about the youth.
There was one of those candidates on my show just yesterday. He had Michael Borgie, and the reason why he was on the show yesterday instead of regular schedule because unfortunately he got in a car accident. Thankfully, fine. He made it a point to talk about you start getting people held accountable at an early age, those youngins, and then we're going to start deterring some of these more violent crimes down the road. He was explicit about it, and what you're saying is some of those are kind of a wink and a nod, saying it's those young kids out there causing this grief. JJ,
I work in a high school,
right.
During the school year. These kids are very tuned in to what's going on in politics locally as well as nationally. I think just writing someone off as being young, so there's no way they could have a valid opinion, is wrong. And I mean, every year I hope that we see those young people show up to the ballots. Unfortunately, historically, that's not what happens. But maybe this is the time. Maybe now they finally want to get their voices heard. And if we could figure out a way to engage more young people in something that has direct action, right? I don't mean just talking about, let's put together a skateboard committee. I'm talking about something that's got actual real action to helping them get in a home, to help them attract better. If you want to start a business in the city of Fargo, what attracts you to there? The things that we need so that we can get an influx of people rather than having these young people leave. That is the future of Fargo. Our census growth was not huge. I mean, let's be honest. The city of Fargo census did not reflect that we are in a boon for having a ton more people. The area, like smaller towns, they're attracting a lot of people.
Those bedroom communities, so to speak. Yeah, I know. It's showing. Because you think about Horace, for example. There's a lot of young families going to Horace because, it's a smaller town. It's a hop, skip, and a jump to everything you need in Fargo, but you're not in Fargo.
Right. You can take surface streets now that are fully paved, and before you know it, you're at a Hornbacher's.
Yeah. One other thing that you mentioned before I let you go and we get back to waiting for these results to come in, I keep refreshing the Secretary of State's website. And for all those rural counties out there, they're probably saying, yeah, we're getting ours in. They're still being slow out there. We're only at statewide turnout right now. It's about 4%. Precincts reporting about 15%. So we got a long night ahead before we get some of those results in. You talked about how much money was spent by one of the mayoral candidates when you ran. There's been a lot of money in this race as well. Not to the extent that you talked about, but you have Shannon Roars-Jones. There's been a lot of money in there. Hakun Nabar coming in second. Now, the thing that's going to be interesting, the landscape of what we'll dissect tomorrow, because even if you take statewide races, you take legislative contests across the state, you've got one side that's well-funded. You got another side that seems to have a bit more of the energy. The grassroots, we're fired up about this. We don't know who's going to pan out and who's actually going to win. The money didn't work then when you ran, is what you're saying.
Correct.
And I don't know if that will this time either.
Let me give a personal example. So first of all, if I could go back 5 months and invest in a company that makes yard signs, I wouldn't work on this station anymore. I could retire. There are people on my own block who have 6, 7 yard signs in their yard supporting different candidates, because with approval voting, you can support 5 candidates for school board and 4 candidates for commission and your mayoral candidate. Here's what I think is the big issue. So you talk about, okay, you've got those who are well-funded and the ones who have energy, right? I voted for only 2 people in the school board election.
Up to 5 is what I think you could have.
I could have voted up to 5, right? So I voted for 2 people, and those 2 people had the least amount of yard signs from what I counted, but they both stopped at my house. And they asked me what I thought about Fargo Public Schools and what was going on. Now, neither of them were incumbents. They were people who were looking for my vote, and they weren't people who were in my neighborhood necessarily. I think that those people who went out and shook the hands and appeared at the places like the KFGO debates, even if they weren't involved in the debate directly, but still came because they wanted to know what was going on with other candidates, those are the people who I think we're going to see shine in this, because you can put up a lot of signs and there's the person who has the most money running for mayor, Shannon Roars-Jones. I commented on this during It Takes Two. Has 2 giant semis that have a giant billboard supporting her mayoral candidacy on the side. And one of them is in the old parking lot to the Hooters that is just a gravel pit with weeds right now. And the other one is on the corner of 32nd and 42nd Avenue South that is adjacent to a home supply store, but it's in an overgrown parking lot area. I don't think that that's a good look. I think that if I was running for a major office right now, I wouldn't want myself to be associated with an empty lot. And adjacent to downtown Fargo, you can see Dr. Mahoney had the same thing, where clearly he knew some land owners. I also have a big problem, Tyler, with apartment building owners putting up signs for people, considering that maybe the people who live in this building don't actually support it, which is one of the things I ran up against. The gentleman who spent the most when I ran for mayor was backed by a major apartment company here in Fargo. And so every single one of those buildings had one of his signs.
Yeah. And that's been a common thing ever since. And being one of those apartment dwellers, that my first 10 years that I lived in this area was one apartment to the next. And it was never the same one, because for whatever reason, I decided to put my family and friends who were moving me from apartment to apartment. But you would run into some of those that were owned by people that were very much involved in politics. And I think we all know which company or property owner we're talking about here. They would shove all those yard signs right in front of you. And then not a damn thing a person could do about it.
And to me, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good for the apartment owners. It doesn't look good for those people, especially if I was one of those people who put one of those giant big impact signs there and you had 5 people who hung a different sign from their balconies, I mean, how good does that look ultimately?
We're all inclusive in this property. JJ, do you want to give a prediction? Because with this approval voting, I've been saying that anybody that comes and said, here's who's going to win, they have no idea. And somebody that observes this all the time, I've got, a top 3, but it could go any way. And I think a variable that hasn't been touched on enough really tonight is you've got this growing area. Maybe it's not growing as quickly as it used to because of the bedroom communities outside of here, but it's getting diverse. And there's a diverse slate of candidates here. And I think these new Americans that have immigrated here that are now U.S. citizens, they're showing up to vote from what I've heard at some of these polling places. That could be a whole swing in some of these results tonight.
Well, let's face it. You and I had a conversation after the KFGO mayoral debate. Who was the candidate who I would have voted for that very day? Hakoon Dabar. Who was the person who engaged me most that night? Was Hakoon. Now, here's the issue. I don't think he's going to get elected mayor. And I think that if he had maybe run for city commission, he would have had a much better chance. Sometimes you got to be strategic on what part of the apple you're going to take a bite out of. And I hope that win or lose, he stays in the game. And I would love to see him do some things further on. Also, easily the most amount of people knocking on my door, the most flyers in my doorstop have come from these new American candidates who are clearly out there and have made themselves very easy to contact. Do you know how many candidates it was difficult for us to find the contact info for, whether
Which
to
is
have them on KFGO, right,
yeah,
or to invite them to a debate? If you seriously think that you want to run an campaign, you want to win an election, but you make it hard for a media company to find your information, let alone the average voter, I don't care for that. And I also see a lot of things where you and Joel had talked about social media, being a huge aspect to what's going on here. It tells you who purchased those ads on social media, right? So I know there are candidates who made ad buys through companies, right? Who said, like, listen, we can buy the social media for you. We can take care of that. And so I'm always curious, like, well, did that work out for you ultimately? Because you only ended up getting 5 shares on something, or you only ended up getting 6 comments.
Yeah, what's the return on investment here?
It is just mind-boggling to me. And I've got friends who are running for park board. I got friends who are running in smaller town elections right now. There's a lot going on. And I think if you chose not to go vote today, you made a poor choice because your voice is important. And let's face it, we could end up with a mayor who only got 15% of the popular vote.
Yeah.
It's very likely that we will see something that comes across like that. And at that point, what's the next 4 years look like if 85% of the other votes cast were not for you?
This approval voting process, I had Jed Lipke. I'll let you go after this because this is now the second time that this process has been used in just city elections, mayor, city commission. So there's still a little bit of confusion out there when you go cast your ballot. And we brought that up because I know it got brought up during the KFGO city commission debate. If you get elected and it shows that you got 20% of the vote, that's not necessarily a mandate. And he had an interesting take on that. Because the way it's reported through the Secretary of State's site, which I keep refreshing or hoping that maybe we got some results, we've got 15% of precincts reporting as of now. So it's going to be a little while. But the way it's tabulated, that you think of walk this through here. So let's say that, Dave Piepkorn and Al Carlson, both the conservative candidates, right? I mean, they're both Republicans.
They're conservative? I didn't realize.
Yeah, you didn't see the flyers? Well, it depends on what flyers he saw. And it depends on who paid for those and who. Anyway,
was there also copyright infringement on those? I mean, they took a screenshot of Angry Birds. They took the poster for Dumb and Dumber.
I have no idea.
Were those illegal? I mean, I kind of feel like somebody else owns that.
We're talking about political campaigns rules. We don't even know who's paying for those. But back to this example. So you got Al Carlson, you've got Dave Piepkorn, both Republican candidates. You can throw Jody Plessy in there perhaps as well, because that's Tony Gehrig's candidate. I mean, that's Tony Gehrig running basically. But if you have Dave getting 25% and you got Al Carlson getting 22%, they both get elected. But I don't think what's flushed out in some of those results are, if you're doing the approval voting, say you came in and you voted for Al and Dave, it's not necessarily tabulated in the way that technically you would be voting for both, and then it's compiled together that they probably would have a majority of the vote. It's an interesting way. I'm doing a terrible job explaining. It's been a long day here. But where, yeah, certainly of the breakdown, the way it's tabulated for us to see online, it looks like you got 20%, but of the total votes, you might have got 45 or 50%.
Well, let me throw another wrench into this operation, too. So let's say we have lower than average voter turnout. So you're talking about maybe, at best, a third of the citizens of Fargo show up and actually vote. So even if you win an election with 25% of those who voted, you're not really the city of Fargo didn't elect you. A small percentage of people who actually went to vote, and of those, only 25% actually elected you. And so I think that's one of the things I'd love to see change somehow. I don't know what it's going to take to get people activated to go vote. My God, they have made it so easy. The absentee ballots, the early voting. I don't know what else we need to do other than, contact the producers of American Idol and find out how they got so many people to vote on a regular basis.
That phone to text in your vote. Hashtag Idol 2020.
Right? I mean, when I was out voting today, there was a lot of people, not a ton, not the most people I've ever seen at a time, but it was 4:30, so closer to the end of the business day. If you're going to take off early, I do worry though that, like, let's say our voter turnout in Fargo is 40,000 people. Okay, so that'd be a third of the population of Fargo.
Mm-hmm.
2/3 of the city of Fargo residents, people who live, work, and play here, didn't bother to go vote. So really, who do you represent?
One, I'm looking, if you look at Cass County now, of course I keep refreshing, no precincts in, but in Cass County alone, now granted much larger than Fargo, I mean, there's 160,000 eligible voters here. We're going to get probably a third of that shows up and votes tonight.
Yep.
And that might be high. These types of elections, these June elections, terrible attendance, terrible participation. It feels that maybe this election, it might be different because it's all national now. Everything. School board's a national election because everything's been injected into these local races, and I think that drives turnout.
Do you feel like because we didn't have like a hot button measure on this ballot, maybe there wasn't as many people out there excited about going out? I mean, clearly, let's face it, if we play the game of if everyone who ran for a candidacy brought 10 people out, we'll see probably the highest numbers we've ever seen for voter turnout.
It would be, yeah.
But, when I read the measures, there's nothing to it. Also, I want to throw this out there, too. The fact that we had grammatical errors on this ballot, I feel is a little embarrassing. Every single person who came in, you had to explain to them that this is wrong here and, this needs to be switched up here. And I think to myself, well, that's unfortunate that it happened, but maybe it's a good teaching opportunity for people to know the difference between has and have.
2, 2, and 2,
right.
Figuring those things out. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's kind of got a black eye, but to this other note, I'm glad they didn't go through the process saying, look, we got to reprint these.
Right. I consider myself pretty fiscally conservative, and I would definitely not have wanted the cost of reprinting the ballots.
Yeah, I'd be like, all right, everybody just get the hat out. We got to throw some money in because JJ goofed up.
Right.
Put the has and have out there. But.
And, it's to the point, when I first saw that there was an issue with the wording on the ballot, my big worry was like, oh my gosh, what happened here? Also, I know that you voted at the Fargo Dome. Were you approached on your way into the Fargo Dome to sign a petition for recreational marijuana?
I was not. I saw those fellas out there. Which
on the way in and out, I was approached.
And I was surprised. I'm not sure what on the property is or what the limits are there. But you can't politic at the polling location. Now, is that inside the doors? Is that the rule now?
It must be. I mean, even the fact that, you can still have yard signs up and everything like that on election day.
Just the good old days in North Dakota where that was completely illegal. Mm-hmm. I remember when that changed because it was my first election. And it was the night before the election. It was storming out in Fargo. We had yard signs out all over Fargo, West Fargo. And I know that Gary Emmeth and the North Dakota Republican Party had challenged it, said, this is this is unconstitutional. You basically have to allow us freedom of speech, right? We should be able to politic on Election Day, but it didn't feel right. So I remember that night, and I called one of my running mates, like, let's just go take them down. I get it, storming out, this is going to suck, but let's go do it. And that election night, when I'm out there and I've got my vehicle and I'm drenched pulling my yard signs, down the street I can see my candidates start doing the same thing. Those were the good old days, man.
Yeah.
We didn't have to get that last little advertisement. We didn't have to have that last yard sign stake in the ground. I miss those days, man.
And I think that you still see it from some old school politicians, right? Like, I had one yard sign in my yard this year, and I got called, or I got an email like 2 days before. It's like, hey, I will come and take it out on Monday. You don't have to do anything. Just leave it there. I'll pick it up, and I'll take it away. And sure enough, yesterday at like 5 o'clock.
She gone.
Yeah. Candidate came, grabbed it. I also think partially, if you're a candidate, you know how much yard signs cost ultimately. And so you don't want someone popping that in their garage and then being like, this will make a great garage sale sign next week.
Yeah. Check out all my cool swag.
Right. Well, and if you're smart, you're designing a sign that you can add the word re-elect in the future, or something that's good for the next
just
campaign.
In general. Yeah.
Yeah, right? So just, elect Axness. You don't need to tell them what for. They just need to look for your name on the ballot.
You should have gotten the yard sign business.
I know.
You should have. You've
right?
been making a killing here. JJ, you're going to be covering some of this tomorrow on It Takes Two?
You betcha. We're going to be talking about a lot of it. I think one huge thing that didn't get discussed a lot, and I'd like to get a couple of the school board members who get elected, is to talk about boundary changes. My home falls in a place where I am a 2-minute drive from Fargo South High, and yet my children are now going to go to North. Seems like a nightmare to me for busing and getting up and supporting activities if I'm crossing town back and forth and back and forth. And that's what I asked school board candidates who came to my door. So I want to talk about that tomorrow. I want to get some people on and say, okay, now that you are there, let's get you to come good on some of those promises.
Yeah. Oh, and that's got a lot of passion behind that. Rightfully so, because as you just described, I know of a couple that live way south, down in that Davies area, live across the street from one of the schools, but if things change, well, one of those kids not grandfathered in, he might be getting on the bus and going down the road a little ways.
Yeah.
Some of it just doesn't make sense. There's a common sense factor lacking in some of this.
Right. And don't get me wrong, I don't want to make the decision because no matter what, it's going to be the wrong decision, right?
For somebody.
Yeah.
Well, that's why he didn't run, but they did,
Right.
and now they're responsible for that.
I mean, maybe
we
we
just
come up
talk
with
about
an
it.
academy system, and so Fargo South and Fargo North each have an academy aspect to it, and so they can specialize in, if you want to become someone who's going to go into a trade, whether it be plumbing or carpentry, maybe you've got 6 specialty classes you offer there, and so you go to school at Davies up until noon, then you bus over to one of these other schools and work on something that when you decide to leave high school, you've got the skills in a trade already. It's a great way to fill them up a little bit and use all that space.
You pose that to those school board members tomorrow. I want to be hearing their answer. JJ, it's been fun. I appreciate it, man.
Hey, thanks, Tyler.
JJ Gordon, part of It Takes Two. You can catch that weekdays here at 11 to 2 o'clock on KFGO. I tell you what, I'm refreshing, folks, the Secretary of State's website, and as of right now, 18% of precincts reporting. So I'm going to go through some of these numbers. If anything does stand out, if there's been any decided election results, races, those contested legislative races across the state, we'll come back and get you those. We'll keep refreshing as we get into the later hours of the election night coverage here. You're probably watching us at KFGO.com or YouTube. I'll come back right after this. I'm Tyler Axness, host of Afternoons Live. Don't go anywhere. I'm Tyler Axness, host of Afternoons Live, weekdays 2 to 5. We'll give you all the results at some point tonight and how the money that those individuals have pumping into your mailboxes, into your airwaves, onto your television screens, is that going to be enough to outweigh what seems to be the motivation of some of these individuals, their candidates, and their backers that are willing to stay at conventions until midnight, even if they have to work at 7:30, 8 o'clock tomorrow. There's a level of motivation in this group that is something to behold. I don't know what the results are going to be in some of these districts. And in fact, some of those incumbents I thought were a shoo-in to get the endorsement at those conventions, they didn't get it. So I'm not going to hang my hat on saying, well, tomorrow they in fact are going to get back into office by just winning tonight's primary. I have no idea. But we will bring you those results here when they do come in. But as I heard from the Secretary of State's office here in North Dakota, it's going to be a while. So get your popcorn, get whatever it is beverage you're enjoying right now. Keep it here at KFGO.com. When we get some more results, we will break back in and provide those to you in just a little bit of time. I'm Tyler Axness. You're watching us on KFGO.com. Don't go anywhere.
Hello? Hello?
Can you say hello? Yeah. Actually, you talk into this. Yeah.
I can hear it.
Talk into it.
Talking in the mic?
Yep.
Okay, I don't know that my mic's on. Is mic on?
Turn his mic on.
Okay.
No, you just on the board. You can do it just on the board.
KFGO.com. I'm Tyler Axness, Afternoons live host tomorrow. Today's Tuesday. It's election night. And in fact, we're trying to get some of the results out to you. But if you're just joining us, Secretary of State Al Jaeger said, it's going to be a while. Then provided an explanation as to why some of these results are coming in. But out in Burleigh County, we do have some results. And going through some of these, it does look, and these are all projections right now. So I want to make that perfectly clear. These are projected winners, but it does look like, now they call it a commission president in Bismarck, but you consider that as perhaps a mayor type. And it looks like Michael Schmitz is the projected winner, according to the Secretary of State's website, and beating out incumbent Steve Bakken. Now, that's a projection right now. So there is one, what appears to be an upset. There was another contested race out here that stood out to me because, as I was telling you earlier, if you were following along, whether it was on our live coverage on the radio side of 790 AM, 94.1, or 104.7 FM, KFGO, or watching KFGO.com, there's a number of legislative races that have been contested out here, primarily on the Republican side. Burleigh County does house a number of those, and one of them appears to have been projected as a winner on the state Senate side when it comes to District 35. Now, District 35, keep in mind, in a number of these districts, the lines, they've been changed. We had the census, you had the redistricting over this last election, or this last legislative session. So 35, what it was, isn't exactly what it is now. But District 35 was the Democratic district on the Senate side. You had Erin Oban being the Democratic senator in Bismarck. Beat out Margaret City all those years ago. Well, she's now your USDA state director. So this is an open seat going into this election cycle. And District 35 on the Republican side had quite a heated contest. You had, I think, what was a favorite going in by what you would consider establishment Republicans in Sean Cleary. He didn't get the endorsement at the convention. In fact, you had Ryan Eckroth get this endorsement. And following that, there was this kind of heated primary race. Well, the projection right now is that Sean Cleary, who was, I think, more of the establishment Republican, is the projected winner of the Republican nomination for District 35 for the state Senate out there. So that is just a couple of the results right now out in the Bismarck area, Burleigh County. Paul Jurgens is our news director here at KFGO, and he's joining me in the KFGO studio.
Don Haney of our news staff did speak with Secretary of State Al Jaeger, an hour or so ago, and he didn't get a real sense as to why we're still waiting for results in Cass County, but he had some indications, just anecdotal of a discussion in the office, that results are going to take longer here. As to why, he didn't exactly know.
He didn't know.
But he's not running the election in Cass County. I do know that Amy Iler has attempted to text to Deann Bucksouse, the coordinator, the Cass County election coordinator, and as of the last time I spoke with Amy, she's elsewhere in the building, had not heard a response. So we expect to get these numbers at some point, and I expect when they come in, they'll come in quite rapidly.
Yeah, I suspect that'll be the case, but maybe you have to put another pot of coffee on.
Well, perhaps.
Perhaps. It might be one of those late evenings here, but, we are trying to get as much as this out as we can. Right here, and that's what I'd ask the question, Paul, of, this approval voting, is it going to take longer? Well, now we can't even get answers on that.
Well, we don't know, and I think that'll take some analysis to determine whether it does or whether it doesn't. Tasha Carvell spoke with the mayor earlier, and he was, I guess, nervous. And the longer that these candidates wait for results,
the more stressful.
Yes,
the anxiety rises a little
stressful
bit.
for all of them. So we're just kind of waiting
for
a
holding pattern.
Yeah. So we're seeing, as you've indicated, some races around the state, or some of the results are coming in, but just not here.
Yeah, Burleigh County being the one that I did mention, and these are all projected winners, Paul Jurgens, but one of them that we were following along, because when you think about mayoral races now in Bismarck, it's a commission president. It appears the projected winner is Michael Schmitz, beating out incumbent Steve Bakken.
Steve Bakken, many people may not know, worked in this building. He was on one of our FM radio stations, and for a number of years, moved to Bismarck, and I believe he works in FM country radio in Bismarck now. So this is his first term, and perhaps his only term.
Yeah, well, that's the projection anyway. And that's at least what we're getting. Burleigh County is one of the few that has come in. I noticed that there's a few what we consider more rural counties. Probably not as many votes to count.
Right.
A lot more done by mail, perhaps. So you have those results just ready to push upload at some of these points, but not here in Cass.
Well, they come in electronically. Back in over the years, we had to wait for hours, oftentimes from some of these rural precincts. I think Page was always one of the last ones into the Cass County Courthouse, and they had to drive them in. And sometimes in November, especially in the November general election, the weather wasn't always that good.
Yeah.
And so we'd have to wait, and then they'd come in with their, in the early days, a box, a lock box with the ballots, paper ballots, and then more recently they'd come in, they'd have to drive in with a card and put that into the tabulating machine. Now they can do it remotely, so they don't have to drive in from Page, Arthur.
Everyone's grateful for that change.
Yes.
Technology can be a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it is. And, and I know people are anticipating. We are too, and we'll get them as soon as we can.
We will. Jurgie, I appreciate it. I'll let you get back over to that news center.
We'll
You come on in whenever there's some results to be shared, and I want to use this as a reminder. We are streaming live, KFGO Studio at KFGO.com, YouTube, wherever it is, Facebook, Twitter. I have no idea, but you're watching us, and I appreciate that. We take breaks. You hang on through the break. We'll come back with some more results in just a little bit of time. When we have those results, we will share them with you. I'm Tyler Axness. You got locked into KFGO Fargo. You can text us if you have any comments, questions, 35270. We'll continue our conversation with you right after this. Do I have you?
Yep.
There. Hey, I appreciate you taking time. I know how crazy this evening is for you, so I won't take much of your time. I'm just going to wait. We're doing this on KFGO.com, so it's a video stream. I'll just wait to get a cue, and then we'll go live, and I'll let you get back to work.
All right.
I was told just 1 second here. Welcome back to KFGOs.com. Our election coverage continuing. I'm Tyler Axness, host of Afternoons Live. We're awaiting results, and these do take time to get those results, and especially when you have a high turnout vote. Here in Cass County, Deann Bucksouse is the election coordinator. Deann, how are things going? I know it's very busy for you. I appreciate you taking a little bit of time for us.
Yeah, we're starting to see some of the polling locations, finishing up their reports and bringing stuff in. So we should be able to see results go up to the Secretary of State's website, I would think within the next, 15, 20 minutes, hopefully. And then hopefully they, all come in quickly. And the rural sites, of course, they're going to take a little bit longer to come in. But they didn't have as many voters and such to deal with either. So hopefully that'll be quick. But no, it was a good day. I mean, it was pretty steady at a lot of our locations, quiet in some others, but about what we expected for turnout for our midterm.
See, and I was going to ask that question because, I voted up at the Fargo Dome, and I was about 5:30, and the long lines moving smoothly, though. I mean, by the time I got in line, I got my ballot, got out of there. I was out within 15 minutes. I know in West Acres was another very busy place. We had Dan Michaels from the morning crew call into my show at about 3 o'clock. We heard that, there's people in line for a little while, but that's a good sign that people are wanting to participate. But we're projecting that maybe about as normal of a turnout as other elections. Is that kind of the sense you got?
Yeah, I don't think we expect anything, record-breaking or historic. But it was a good, solid turnout, like I said, for a midterm primary. I think it's a good amount of people, about what we normally would see. So.
Deann, one of the questions I had, and it's been popped up a few times, when it comes just to the process, something that you're very knowledgeable in before it goes to the Secretary of State, and I get the results at my computer right here. The approval voting process, does that add any time of tabulating on the Cass County or for the city here?
It doesn't for us. The biggest difference is on the programmer side. The people who print our ballots and program the cards that run our tabulating machine.
Sure.
So that's who sees the biggest impact, I think. We don't see, a real ton of difference in the tabulating. So.
Well, that's good to hear, because that was a concern that I had going into tonight. This is only obviously the second election that we've had with approval voting, just on the city side, mayor and the city commission.
Right.
But so you're saying it sounds like the Secretary of State, well, it's on his way, and hopefully within 15, 20, not going to hold you to that. I know it's going to be out of your hands at that point. It's going to be on Al Jagger and his staff out at the Secretary of State to get that uploaded. But we'll be circling through here, getting those results out. Is there anything I missed before I let you go? I know it's been a very busy evening, and I appreciate you taking some time here.
No, I don't think so. Like I said, we'll just get the results loaded to the Secretary of State's office website as soon as we possibly can, and as soon as we get that done, we can all call it a night.
Deann, I lied. I got one more question for you.
Okay.
I told you that I voted at the Fargo Dome, and I actually for the first time used the electronic voting. It was smooth for me, but there were times where you had people asking questions, and then the line to get through there took a little bit longer than, say, if I just had that old traditional ballot. And I think maybe because some people were new at this. Did that slow down the process at all at some of these polling locations, the electronic voting process?
It really didn't seem to. I know at West Acres, I spent a good share of the day over there just keeping an eye on how things are going, and it wasn't unusual for the line waiting for a voting booth to vote a paper ballot was just as long as those waiting in line to use the express vote.
Sure.
So I think it's just a matter of preference, and for the most part, the express votes are slick once you get used to them.
Yeah.
For individuals who, it's the first time that they're using anything like that, it's going to be new and different, and they're going to have questions, especially because this is the primary. And so, you have the crossover and then, of course, the difference between the Fargo City races for mayor and city commission versus park board and school district. And so there was always a few questions there too. But it wasn't, it didn't extend their time too terribly.
And I suspect that not every election is going to have 15 candidates seeking, say, 2 seats, to where you have to have multiple pages of candidates as well. That was likely a first into this process as well. Well,
that doesn't happen very often with that quite that many candidates.
No, and I suspect this might be the one time, but you know what? Maybe in 2 years I'll be wrong. Deann,
you never know.
Yeah, I never know, but I appreciate all the work that went in, and like I said, we'll keep refreshing the Secretary of State's website here, and hope that those Cass County results do come in. Do we suspect about 10 o'clock is when we're going to have those?
I would say by 10 o'clock they should start rolling in. I'm hoping to have everything loaded before the 10 o'clock news is over.
Oh,
but it's so hard to predict with the rural locations.
Yeah.
So we'll just do the very best that we can and get them out there as soon as we possibly can.
Very good. Deann, I know you're working hard out there. Yeah, you tell your staff thanks, and we'll chat again soon, all right?
Sounds good. Thanks.
Very good. Deann Bucksouse, the election coordinator here in Cass County. It's all in the hands of the Secretary of State's office now. We'll be awaiting when Al Jager is able to click upload and get you those results, and we'll break those to you live next right here at KFGO.com. I'm Tyler Axness. Stick with us through the break. We'll give you those results right after this. There, I can hear myself. I can.
Four,
Whoa,
five.
whoa,
Oh,
whoa.
yeah.
Here in North Dakota, I'm Tyler Axness, host of After News Live. She is Amy Iler, part of It Takes Two. Hi, AI.
Hi, Tyler.
I am clicking refresh and
I know.
refresh and refresh. And we
Me
just had
too.
Deann Bucksouse on, the election coordinator here in Cass County. It is out of Cass County's hands.
Yeah.
It is in the Secretary of State's office. And unfortunately, we were told through our news team that when they reached out to Al Jagger, they're like, it's going to be a while.
Yeah, and I'm surprised about that. You know, we're inching towards 10 o'clock. It is 9:58 right now in our KFGO studio, and this is not what we'd usually see on an election night. Now, some of the statewide races we have seen come in. We've also seen some big news out of Bismarck.
Yeah.
Bismarck city elections already have been decided. So what is going on in Cass County? I can only guess that it maybe has something to do with the long lines that were sitting at some of the polling locations at 7 p.m.
That's because polls closed at 7. That doesn't mean, all right, we're packing up, everybody
Right.
go home. But
Right.
if you're in line, you had the ability to vote. And it sounded, as we started off our live coverage during the broadcast on radio and during the stream here, at 7 o'clock, people are saying you got a 45-minute wait. Well, that puts us at 7:45.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, you got to tabulate. You got to get all that up into the auditor's office, and then they have to upload it to the Secretary of State. It's a chore. And the thing that if turnout isn't higher than the last June election, which is the impression I got from Deann just a moment ago, then what took so long to get people through? But if it's just West Acres, if that was the one that kind of set people, because all the other places that we had on these airwaves, Doubletree, Fargo Dome, others, they were wrapped up at 7.
Right.
So could it have been more busy at West Acres because it's centrally located? I know that earlier out in the day, that was one of the busy locations as well. I'm not trying to find excuses.
Right.
I'm trying to find a rationale.
I know.
As to why.
I know. We're all just going down this rabbit hole of wondering what is going on here and why we don't have some results. I keep refreshing. I just did it on my phone as we speak. No precincts reporting in Fargo yet. And it is a big race. We haven't seen this kind of contention in city races in Fargo probably in my time working at KFGO for sure. But we've got a hotly contested Fargo mayoral race. We have 7 candidates on the ballot vying for this spot. We have one in particular that was backed heavily by the Republican Party.
Was verbally endorsed by Governor Burgum.
Right.
At that convention.
That is Shannon Roars Jones. We have Tim Mahoney, who is the incumbent mayor. So by all likelihood, it's whether or not we want to sort of fire him. Is there someone better? Are we firing Tim Mahoney? We have Arlette Preston, who's put her name on the ballot several times before, both for the mayoral race and for city commissioner as a current city commissioner. We have new names that kind of came out of nowhere. I don't think anyone was expecting a Michael Borghi in the race. I don't think many people knew much about him when he got into the race.
He acknowledged on my show it was a last-second thing.
Yeah.
I decided, sure, why not?
I'm
paraphrasing.
I think he literally filed
the last moment.
At the last moment. Sherry Furco is someone who seems like she found one issue that she was really passionate about and put her name on the ballot. I guess you got to give props to people who are willing to do it and to put their name and their voice and their face out there. Hakun Debar seems like a really grassroots candidate, that he's had a lot of on the ground support. So it'll be interesting. It seems like, I mean, he's got a good media presence, a big billboard presence. But I think his campaign has been impressive.
Been very, the grassroots you point out, I don't think that I've heard a mayoral candidate say that we've knocked on every door that was able to be knocked on. Now, that's the claim of the campaign.
Yeah.
That is a feat.
Now, see,
I know.
I didn't get anyone knocking on my door.
See, okay, well,
So-
I said it's a claim. They claimed that.
Now, you know, what's interesting is that let's talk about knocking on the door. I love that about political candidates. I love when political candidates or even people who support political candidates decide to knock on doors and to get to know people. I love that. Now, I know that's not everybody's take because I've done it for candidates and I've been met with some cold slam there in my face sort of, but I like that. And I didn't see any candidates at my door, which is surprising. JJ Gordon, on the other hand, said he saw several school board candidates at his door. So that was
You want to know
interesting.
why? Because you're on a list somewhere.
You're
on a list.
I'm on a list. Yeah.
There's a profile about you out there because your
votes.
background. Yeah, she votes.
She votes.
And here's how she votes, and here's her background. That's why.
You're probably right about that.
I'm not going to waste my time on her.
It'll be interesting to see what happens. Of course, we're all watching the city commission race here in Fargo because there are a lot of candidates. And so approval voting at its finest, are people going to just vote against people? Now, here's what the statistics professor from NDSU said when we had her on her show, and she made a really good point because I wanted to know, how should I be voting? Should I vote that single bullet vote, or should I be voting for everyone I'm okay with and basically voting against people? Am I voting against people, or am I voting for one person or two people? And she said, here, those are the pros, that you get to pick as many candidates as you want. And if there are multiple candidates that you like, that you can vote for all of them, that is a pro. Now, a con is that you may end up with two city commissioners that everybody's like meh on. They're not super happy with, but they're also not super upset with. They're just sort of middle of the road okay candidates, which is an interesting perspective. I can see how that might happen, because if you have a lot of people voting against people, then they're voting for people that they think are meh and people they really like. Well, those meh candidates are going to win because they're getting the majority of the vote. Does that make sense?
But that's better than some alternatives, though,
right,
as far as results go.
Well, some people think that, and that's probably why we have approval voting here in Fargo. So we'll see.
You know, we're sitting here, and as you're explaining, and I'm listening very intently, but I keep hitting refresh on this.
I know, me
so,
too.
Now, could you, because you've worked for campaigns, I have been a candidate, and this time, the last week, you feel like I didn't do enough, you know, to win this race. And then it's election night, and you're sitting here, polls closed at 7 o'clock.
There's
it's 10:05 KFGO time.
It's a lot of pacing.
And it's refreshing. And if it's open bar, then you just have to limit yourself. I mean, this is just such a drag, just waiting.
Well, it is. And, you know, it is an interesting time of the night as to what you decide to do in these moments leading up to finding out the decision.
You have people that are your supporters.
Right.
They're your family, your friends, and they're there, and they're like, it's going to be okay.
Yep.
We're good. The last thing I want to hear from you right now is it's going to be okay. I want the dang results.
It's all the strange small talk to try to get yourself through until that moment. But we are refreshing. We are trying to get the results as fast as possible. If you're watching us on our stream at KFGO.com, we appreciate you sticking it in there with us.
Yeah.
Because
you're looking at the clock, like we are, saying, you know, 6 o'clock tomorrow morning is going to be here pretty early.
Yeah.
You're ready for the day.
Statewide, there's not a lot of total precincts 398. There are 214 that are fully in. So we've got a ways to go there as well. We've got about 53% of the precincts reporting across the state of North Dakota. So only about half of the precincts reporting across the state. Now, I would assume that a lot of those precincts that are first in are those precincts that have gone all mail-in ballots.
Mostly, yeah. They're rural. And,
right.
You know, and there's fewer votes to count there as well.
You know, what's interesting is that we were talking about, it seems like there were more people voting today in Fargo. It seems like the polling places were busier than I remember. But let's also remember that the last time in 2018 is really the last election I remember voting in person, right? Because we had so many mail-in ballots since the pandemic. And that is when we had every polling place open. That has changed in the city of Fargo.
That is true.
And so now we don't have every polling place open.
Every precinct,
every
I think,
precinct,
had one,
right?
yeah.
It is not every precinct like it would be on a normal general election. Now we've gone to 6 sites across the metro, across Fargo, West Fargo, and so we had a lot less options for people. And so if you're used to going into your precinct and it being sort of dead, so to speak, that's probably because there weren't that many people.
We weren't concentrated in the same areas.
Right.
That's a good point. It is. Fewer places, that means we're congregating more. And quite frankly, this is the first time that I haven't taken advantage of early voting in the last few cycles.
I wasn't able to take advantage of early voting last week, so I was bummed about that. But I don't understand why more people don't take advantage of it. And maybe those people that showed up at the last minute to vote at about 6:30 tonight will take note that, I should probably just try to get here the week before.
It's not a 45-minute wait if you're voting 6 days before the actual election day. Now, to that point, at least where I voted at the Fargo Dome, they said the early vote, dead. They said that there's hardly anybody that came and voted early there. Today was a different story. I know. It was a totally different story, they said, from today versus all of last week. And now they said today, well, this might have been the best turnout we saw here in quite some time, but you just pointed out a number of factors that probably led into that.
Yeah. We are still awaiting results. It is 10:08 where we expected them around 10 o'clock. And so you're waiting just as we are. And hopefully we'll have some results when we come back.
When we come back. Yeah, don't you go anywhere. Keep it on KFGO.com. I'm Tyler Axness. She's Amy Iler. You got locked into the election night coverage on KFGO. Stick around. What? Welcome back. Election night coverage ongoing here. I'm Tyler Axness, host of Afternoons Live, and all you've really been missing is hitting refresh on the Secretary of State's website, but we do have some results coming in. Not in Cass County, still waiting as we click refresh here, and it looks like maybe we're going to be one of the last ones that's reporting here for whatever reason that might be. But as I was telling you earlier, there has been some redistricting going on. And there's been some contention when it comes to who's getting what endorsement to be the Republican candidate on the November ballot. There are some tight races out there. One of them has been in District 8 for the state senator position out there. Unexpired 2-year term, District 8, the Republican candidates, Jeff Magrum, Dave Naring. And what you got to know is that Dave Naring is one of those individuals that Doug Burgum was financially backing for quite a bit here. Jeff Mangrum, very much one of those ultra conservatives, and I'm putting that very mildly here. And as of right now, and this is just projections right now, but it does look like Jeff Mangrum is currently in the lead. 1,460 votes. That's about 58% of the vote. To Dave Naring, 1,073. That's 42% of the vote. So if that holds, the way I'm gathering here, it does look like Doug Burgum's candidate out in District 8 is not going to be the candidate going forward in the November primary. Now, there's been a lot of talk about the way in which perhaps Jeff Mangrum's conducted himself. He's been very public about his anger at being the target of some of these political ads, which I've said it before and I'll say it again. The ability to run as a Republican in North Dakota is quite easy. And if you're saying otherwise, you're lying to yourself. You put an R behind your name on these legislative races, these statewide races, these federal races, you've already got about a 30% advantage over any candidate. So hearing complaints about political ads that are targeting you, because it's maybe the first time, is pretty rich to be seeing throughout the upper Midwest here in North Dakota. That race being one of a few that we've been watching here. Also, District 28 is another one that had a redrawing of district lines. Well, every district did, but it forced candidates to run against other incumbents. That's the case in District 28 as well. And I'm looking mostly at the state Senate race here, where Bob Erbley was the incumbent in District 28. Now, of course, with new lines, he was challenged by Sebastian Ertelt, or Seabass as he goes by. And that's on the primary, that's on the election, the federal, or the actual official sites here. So Seabass, Ertelt, currently down. Now, this is 15 of 21 precincts, so there's still a long ways to go here in District 28. But Bob Erbley currently in the lead with 63% of the vote. Sebastian Ertelt with 37% of that vote. So that's some of the results that we're following along. Those just interest because of the contention when it comes to the amount of money coming in from those established Republicans and the insurgency that's coming in from some of these grassroots groups. Other ones that we're following along here is out in District 39, Greg Kessel and Andrew Kornawi. That one's pretty tight out there, and this is 11 of 19 precincts. District 39, you got 57% going to Greg Kessel, and you've got 43 going to Andrew. There's some other races that are pouring in here as I'm trying to get through. This one contested right up in the Northern Valley. Again, because of district lines, District 20, you had both state senators now in the same district here, and they were forced to challenge each other here. And these two individuals, I don't think had anything that, they didn't like each other or anything like that. In fact, I think they had a pretty decent working relationship because I got to meet one of them, and that was the way they portrayed it with me. Randy Lamb and Robert Fors were the two District 20 Senate candidates for the Republican nomination. It does look like Randy Lamb walked away with this one by 73% of the vote to about 27% of that vote. Now, the thing that's unique, I think, about this district was it really brought in more parts of rural, the upper mid Red River Valley, and that's where I think Robert Fors was representing, more of that rural district, where Randy Lamb, I do believe, was more of the Mayville, Hillsboro area. So there's a little bit more of that population base there. That, quite frankly, probably had a little bit more name recognition going for him there. Other races that are taking place out there, in fact, with not a whole lot of precincts reporting that it's not fully reported, but partially, going out to Minot, where you have District 3. And on the state representative side, you've got a tight race for the bottom two. You got Lori Van Winkle with the vote lead out there. Now, these are not precincts fully put in, but just partially. Lori Van Winkle has 38% of the vote, in fact, almost 39%. Roscoe Striley, somebody that many of you, if you follow North Dakota politics, have become aware of. In fact, he stepped away a number of years ago, decided to put his name back on the ballot. He's currently in second place by one vote. Roscoe Striley has 615 votes. That's the 30%, and you got Jeff Hoverson with 614 votes. So there's only one vote there. Again, those are partially in as this precinct. More coming in. I tell you what, I'm going to take a quick break here. I'm going to keep refreshing this Cass County list and see if we get some of these results. As I do that right now while we're live at KFGO.com, 0% reporting. It is 10:26. Al Jagger's office has the results. He's just waiting to hit that upload button, as we all are. I encourage you to put another pot of coffee on, grab whatever beverage, have another midnight snack. We'll get you the results here from Fargo right after this. Welcome back to our election coverage here at KFGO.com. I appreciate you hanging in, as we all are, just waiting bated breath for the Secretary of State to, in fact, update some of these results across North Dakota, including Cass County. But you know what? We're not just watching Cass County. We're watching a lot of legislative races across the state. Somebody who used to serve in the legislature but now is in the tower just down the hall, Thomas Beadle. He is the state treasurer, and he's joining us right now here on KFGO. Thomas, our state treasurer, well, however you want to be called tonight, I appreciate you taking time, man.
Well, no problem. This is what I get for texting somebody on your crew to see if any of the Cass County results are in. I just automatically get patched in to be on air.
No good deed goes punished, unpunished. This is not a punishment, man. I get that it's 10:30. I know you got to crunch numbers tomorrow morning. I want to crunch numbers right now. I want to know who's winning what. And in fact, I'm not going to ask you about any of the city stuff because, quite frankly, none of us have answers there, unfortunately. But watching some of these legislative races, we're both former lawmakers. Now you're on the state treasurer. What are you seeing that is concerning or that you're celebrating out there?
Well, I mean, the results have really kind of been a mixed bag. It's been all over the place in terms of, whether it's the more traditional Republican, more business-friendly Republican folks that have won. For example, Sean Cleary cleaned house in District 35 in the state Senate race. I think last I saw, he was close to 70% there.
Pretty overwhelming.
And then in some other areas, like Devil's Lake, you've got some longtime incumbents like Dave Elke, who's done a phenomenal job and a longtime chairman up there, who's the last I saw is currently behind a little bit. And so, I mean, it really is kind of running all over the place, running the gamut in terms of results. I'm sure a lot of it comes down to who is active and who is knocking on doors, as these races often do.
State Treasurer Thomas, man, I gotta interrupt you here. Paul Jurgens, our news director, has just entered the KFGO studio. We'll put you on hold. And
that's the guy that's going to know something.
We're all hoping that the answers are being delivered on the papers that he's got right now. In fact, let's kick it over to Paul Jurgens, news director.
We finally have some results in here for the city of Fargo race, mayoral race. Mayor Mahoney leading now. In fact, these are 23 of 23. I'm not exactly sure how this precinct situation is working with 5 polling sites, but Mahoney with 4,343 votes. Arlette Preston second, 22% of the vote, 2392. Shannon Roars Jones third, 1390. Akun Dabar 1273. Michael Borgie 504. Sherry Furco 429. And Dustin Elliott, 256 votes. For City Commission, Denise Kolpack leading, 3,061 votes. Dave Piepkorn, 2,346. Anna Johnson, 1,998. Jody Plessity, 1,897 votes. Al Carlson, former House Majority Leader, 1,846 votes, 1,846. Matur Iler, 1,543. Ahmed Schill, 1,498. Jennifer Benson, just over 1,400 votes, 1,434. Will Thompson coming in with 1,216 votes. Victoria Johnson, 1,196. Brandon Krieger, school teacher in Fargo, 797. Lenny Tweeden, 617. Vesmarinov, 451. Tom Magan, 405. And Philip Deary, 311. And those are just in from the Secretary of State's office. The City of Fargo election results in the school board race. We are selecting 5. Melissa Birkland leading, 2,505. Katie Christensen, 2,247. Greg Clark, third, 2,095. Naomi Dye, 1,908. Robin Nelson, an incumbent, 1,805. Those are the top 5. Rebecca Knutson, 1,796 votes. Then Telford, 1,373. David Paulson, an incumbent, 1,250 votes. Kristen Charbonneau, 1,191. Ali Olenberger, 1,103. Alexis Scott, 985. Brian Nelson, 918. Devin Szczynski, 900 even. Katie Kelch, 752. Zach Ecola, 748. So we finally have some numbers in here, numbers for the city of Fargo. And it is showing, we don't know if these are final. I cannot confirm exactly if these are final, but they've all dumped in here, giving us, in the city race, a total of 10,598 in the mayoral race, I should say. And then, of course, you'll have more votes with all the candidates running for City Commission, 20,632. And with all the candidates in the school board race, just over about 21,600 votes total. So Mahoney on his way to being reelected here. Denise, Kolpack, Dave Piepkorn. It looks like they will be the winners in the City Commission race. Berkman, Christensen, Clark, Dye, Nelson, and Knutson for the school board.
Some of the projected winners as of now, Jurgie, it sounds like.
Yes.
Very good. Well, hey, it only took 10:36 to get those numbers in, but we got there. I'm not going to ask your opinion on that, but that's the results are in.
That's not my department. So.
That's not yours, no. You're just the news director, and you brought us the news. That's all we ask of you.
So it looks like Mayor Mahoney's been reelected, and Preston second, Shannon Wars-Jones third.
Jurgie, I appreciate it. You bringing those results. And Paul Jurgens, news director here at KFGO, and I have been able to refresh those numbers here on the Secretary of State's website. And again, these are projections right now. 23 of 23 partially reporting. But with the lead as it stands now, it does appear that current Mayor Tim Mahoney does appear to likely retain that office. I'll let Preston coming in second as these results come in. And as of the projections right now, Denise Kolpack and Dave Piepkorn, if things hold as things are projected right now in the Secretary of State, it looks like they will be on the Fargo City Commission. That's the latest here when it comes to your city races. Again, projections from the Secretary of State's website, Al Jagger, that Tim Mahoney does appear to be on his way to re-election, and the incumbent Dave Piepkorn appears to be getting reelected, and Denise Kolpack right now with the lead, according to the Secretary of State's office. So if we're going to continue following along with some of this, because again, these are projections right now when they say they're partially being reported. Until I see that fully reported, we're not going to declare anything as official yet. I'm Tyler Axness. You're watching the KFGO stream here at KFGO.com. Welcome back. I'm Tyler Axness, KFGO.com, and we were talking about some of the projections, the early votes that have come in tallied in. Again, nothing is official as of yet, but Thomas Beadle is the state treasurer, and he's stuck through, which I appreciate. Thomas, we were talking about legislative races, but I know you being from Fargo, with these numbers, it appears that the early projections, and then we suspect these are some of the early votes coming in. That's why when I'm looking at partially being key here, but if things hold, were you surprised by these early votes at all?
Well, I mean, I anticipate that as the early and absentee numbers,
I would agree.
which always, you know, good or bad, they always tend to skew a little more one way over the other. Oftentimes they go a little more to the left than the right for whatever reason. Just seems like they're a little more organized.
Yeah, you're right. Because there's, I think, and I think that happened in the last election where there was more coordination to get that early vote, especially the vote by mail done. And at that time it was the Republic or the Democrats, and perhaps that's exactly what happened for this June primary as well.
So it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. And that was what was going on now. I would expect Shannon to be able to close the gap a little bit. But anytime you're running against a popular incumbent, seeing him in the lead isn't a total shocker.
Yeah.
I mean, really, whenever you're challenging an incumbent, you have to be giving a decisive, compelling reason to oust the incumbent. And while there certainly were some reasons and some valid arguments to be made, certainly a lot of folks in Fargo might not think that's the case.
Well, and I mean, the politics at play here on that, if I'm Shannon's campaign manager, so to speak, narrative got away. And the narrative got away because of, a city commission.
I would say that the city commission, that event, and then the forum kind of piling on, certainly dug her a big hole she had to dig out of. And while I don't, having served with Shannon, and I wrote this as a letter to the editor on Saturday, I think she fully is able to manage any of those potential conflicts that are out there. And honestly, she has been a phenomenal legislator and helped organize the Cass County Caucus in order to get the diversion funding done out in Bismarck. It's hard to change the narrative when every headline is saying, well, she thinks she'd be good at it, but we don't think so, and that just makes it tough.
Well, and something you point out there, and this is what I was critical of early on. I think the first campaign literature that came out was a political outsider, is what they were trying to paint a lawmaker as, and instead of embracing what you just did of here's what she was able to do in the legislature for, say, the city of Fargo. I think that was a miscue at the early stages from the campaign.
Yeah, and I mean, she's only been in the legislature for 3 sessions. So, I mean, she's certainly not a career politician by any regards, and she spends more time with her day job than she does in the legislature. But she's certainly been effective at what she's done in the legislature. So I still have my fingers crossed that Shannon will be able to close the gap. I think she'd make a phenomenal mayor. But those early results skewed kind of how I expected them to, but maybe a little more so than.
Well, yeah, that's the gap. I think in the early vote as of now in these projections that Mayor Mahoney, according to the Secretary of State's site, has about 40% of the vote total. That's what pops out to me as surprising.
And I would expect his percentage to come down a little bit, but there's a lot of muscle memory of folks just voting for the name Mahoney. And anytime there's an election that comes around, that flood vest comes out, and people just remember it. Yeah. The one that's surprising me in Fargo, though, right now, is the city commission race. Denise Kolpack really is making a strong showing right now.
Yeah, it's I would agree. I mean, I'm looking at where she is in relation to Dave Piepkorn coming in second of these what we suspect are the early election vote or the early votes coming in here that were dumped. It's still refreshing to get all these from the Secretary of State. So I'm not seeing anything as of now.
I am as well, and I'm really close to his office right now. And you'd think I'd be getting a little faster.
Yeah,
service,
Can you go knock on there and hey, Secretary of State, you working in there because people are waiting. It's 10:45 here.
I'm willing to bet the slowdown is getting the data coming from the counties because they do all the counting there and then they upload the packets to the Secretary of State. One thing that I noticed in 2020 election, which was a whole wild oddball one because it was so much of it was that absentee ballot, because it was almost entirely absentee ballot, but we were getting faster election data or results coming from the Associated Press and the New York Times than we were from the SOS website, because they were pulling the data straight from the counties themselves and thinking it. So I know the New York Times has been a little farther ahead right now on, like they got Michael Howe a few more votes than the Secretary of State has, for example. But I don't know what really describes or explains why that is the case.
Yeah, frustrating is certainly an answer that I have.
It is. One other race that I'm watching right now that I think is going to have some or could have some pretty big impacts to the valley. So District 31, it's the rural area south of Mandan. The legislative team there, Don Shively, Karen Rohr, and Jim Schmidt, they all came in with me in 2010 during my first year in the Legislative Assembly. That was when they first got elected. And Jim Schmidt has really, risen up, and he's the water guru. He's the one who has carried the water budget for the last 3-4 sessions because of his background that he has with that issue. And so he's been the one who is the final guy writing the bill to be able to get the FM diversion funded, to get the water supply project funded. He's been a critical player in seeing those projects to the finish line. He's currently in third and would be on the outs for the endorsement. So that's one that I'm watching pretty closely for Fargo.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you checking in here, Thomas. I'm going to let you get back after it here because I'm refreshing here. And it looks like we've got a little bit more results trickling in. And I know our news team is working on this.
I would imagine within the next hour, we'll get them all in.
I hope within the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, good luck. Well, I'll let you get after it. I appreciate your time today, man. We'll chat again soon, all right?
Sounds good, sir. Have a good one.
Yeah, Thomas Beadle, State Treasurer here in North Dakota. Refreshing. That's all we can do is keep refreshing here. I'm going to take a quick pause here. When we come back, we'll get some more because it looks like some numbers have been updated. I don't see anybody shifting as far as the lead goes, at least when it comes to the city, but we'll get some more solid numbers when we come back here. You got to locked into KFGOFargo.com. Don't go anywhere. KFGO.com. Thanks for keeping it locked in here for the election night coverage. Refreshing some numbers on the Secretary of State's, and there have been new votes uploaded here in the city of Fargo. I'm looking at total votes now. A little bit trickier, but nonpartisan mayoral race right now with this new batch of numbers that come in. Tim Mahoney does retain his lead with still about 40% of the vote. Iler Preston still in second place with 20%. Shannon Roars-Jones with about 16% of the total votes. Going to the city commission here in Fargo, Denise Kolpack maintaining her vote with her lead with these new numbers. Dave Piepkorn retains in second. Al Carlson moving up into third place. Jordy Plessity to follow there. Tasha Carvell is part of the KFGO news team, and my understanding is you were visiting with Deann Bucksouse, who is the Cass County election coordinator. What'd she have to say?
And she said that that first batch that we saw was primarily, as we suspected, early vote and absentee votes. And then she said they were in the midst of uploading all the voting sites except for one, that one being West Acres, and that hadn't even really been processed at all yet. She said they were just coming in with that now. So West Acres was pretty far behind the rest. And West Acres was as I think we were reporting earlier, had the longest line at 7 p.m.
Yeah, because you were over there, and people were told that they're going to be in line for 45 minutes to vote.
Yeah, people were still voting at 7:50 at West Acres. So that was a major site today. So I'm not sure. I mean, how much that swings anything, but West Acres was a big site, and that's not reflected here at all.
At all. So it's going to be a while if they're just uploading this as of right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the other sites were all being uploaded as we spoke, and so I think some of those maybe are being reflected in these current numbers.
Well, that's where that partial 23 out of 23 precincts, 0% of them being full at this point. So we'll just have to keep refreshing here. Was there any reason aside from that it was busy? Did she provide any insight on that?
She didn't. No.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the update.
Sure thing.
All right. Deann Bucksouse was the election coordinator here in Cass County that Tasha Carvell did visit with. We did have her here on this stream earlier asking some of those questions as well, as far as how many people may have in fact have voted. It's tough to tell with this approval voting as far as an actual breakdown of the number of people that voted. When I look at the total votes cast inside the Fargo City Commission race, that's about 37,000 votes, but that doesn't mean 37,000 individuals voted. So tough to have a breakdown here as far as how many people in fact did turn out. But if any indication with how busy, say, West Acres was, it might be a bit of an uptick here as far as how many people voted this June election versus the last June election. Going to continue to try and refresh some of these numbers. And when they come in, we'll be the first to tell you right here. I'm Tyler Axness. You got locked into the KFGO.com election night coverage.
I mean, now I'm wearing my headphones backwards, but that's Welcome to KFGO.com's coverage of the election night, our primary election here and our citywide election here on KFGO. We've been following the results since 7 p.m. when the polls closed, and not much movement until the last couple of minutes, actually. I'm Amy Iler from It Takes Two with Amy and JJ. My partner, JJ Gordon, is here with me as well to kind of break down some of these results. Here's what we know thus far. Well, we don't know a lot other than everything is partially in. What we just heard from our KFGO news team just a moment ago was that West Acres was still yet to be counted, and we think that was one of the biggest polling sites. What's confusing, JJ, let's break down what we were talking about earlier, and that is when you look at the Secretary of State's website, you see 23 precincts. Well, we're not voting by precincts anymore. We haven't done that since 2018 here in the Fargo metro area. 2018, we had precincts. 2020, we had a pandemic. We were voting by mail. Now, bring it to 2022, we're down to just a handful of precincts in the metro area.
Yeah, when it comes to voting sites specifically. And so unless they're collecting certain information based off of your address that we don't know about, because it used to be you would go to the polling place assigned to your address. So it makes me think that you need 100% of these precincts in to be able to put anything up. So rather than getting two or three at a time, you're getting all 23 Fargo precincts at the same time.
Well, what we saw was the initial, when numbers actually started to come up in the city races, it was clear that those were absentee and early votes. As they've been trickling in now, I think they're being put in by site. And the last site that's going to be put up to get to 100%, we think is going to be West Acres. That's what's taking the longest. That's what we heard from the Cass County Elections Coordinator, Deann Bucksouse, just a few moments ago. And so that, I think, will be one of the biggest voting sites. So we'll see. Here's how it's breaking down right now. For the Fargo mayoral race, Tim Mahoney looks like he is going to take this. He has got a pretty sizable lead at this moment. Looks like he will win re-election. 7,813 votes. Arlette Preston behind him at 3,976. Shannon Roars-Jones coming in third at 3,003 votes. Hakun Dabar after that at 2,084. Then Michael Borghi, 1,063. Sherry Furco at 738. And Dustin Thomas Elliott at 447.
Okay, let me start off with this. Approval voting. So we have approval voting for the mayor, right? That's how Dustin Elliott gets 447 votes.
Sure, is because they didn't just vote for him.
Correct, exactly. I doubt that there was any bullet voting done specifically for him. And those are the kind of things that are interesting to me when it comes to approval voting, because it allows people to vote for that extra candidate that they think, what, if this person gets elected, that's fine with me. 447 votes for someone who didn't have a single yard sign, to my knowledge, to pretty much just suspended his campaign. It shocks me.
Right.
447 votes. When you consider
447 people walked in there and said, even though this guy doesn't really want the job, I'm gonna put him down anyway.
Right. Which asks the question this: how many people went in there and voted for every single candidate?
Or
is there a possibility that there were almost 450 people who went in there and said, any of these individuals, I'd be fine with being mayor?
Or they went in there and said, I want everyone but this one person.
True.
So anyways, over 19,000 votes in the mayoral race.
And again, not voters, votes.
Over 37,000 votes in the city commission race. So it's hard to tell how many people exactly have voted. I mean, like you said, maybe you can look at the term limits ordinance in Fargo to get a good idea of how many people voted. Maybe?
I look at this and Denise Kolpack. Here's what's interesting. Denise Kolpack sitting right now with 5,181 votes. Dave Piepkorn with 4,685. You could not pick two more different candidates to be the two who are. I mean, Dave Piepkorn as the incumbent. I mean, he is the wild card, the cowboy of the Fargo City Commission. There's no argument there. Denise Kolpack, somebody who clearly says that she wants to be inclusive to all members of our community and wants, if you put both of these people on a plane, they'd have nothing to say to each other for hours.
Well, I mean, I just think they're just different approaches. Like you said, I think Dave sort of likes being the one who will say anything, and Denise has ran her campaign about respect and about with a lot of decorum, and has wanted to be the professional in the room, when it comes to it. Al Carlson coming in third so far with 3,807 votes. Jody Plessity in fourth with 3,749. Anna Johnson coming in fifth at 3,230. Jennifer Benson, 2,900. Matua Iler, 2,500. Ahmed Schill, 2,400. Victoria Johnson, then Will Thompson, Brendan Krieger, Lenny Tweeden, Ves Marinoff, Tom Majan, and Philip Thomas Deary. And then the term limits, overwhelmingly yes, with 9,655 votes and no 2,422 votes. That makes the term limits sort of a good indicator of how many people have voted thus far. That would be about 12,000. And like you said, if that's the case, if it's been 12,000, that means that people on average voted for 3 people in the city commission race.
Okay, so let me just quickly, I'm pulling this up. I'm using Tyler Axness's computer, which, by the way, he's got 1,305 unread emails. He should get to that right away.
Do you want to know how many I have?
Oh, a lot more.
248,664.
Okay, so Fargo City measure number 1 that people voted on, right? Like you said, overwhelmingly people voted yes on this.
Yes.
It states, shall a Fargo City ordinance establishing certain term limits be enacted in which no member of the Board of City Commissioners may serve more than 3 successive 4-year terms, and in which any member who had served in the capacity of mayor as well as city commissioner may not serve more than 4 successive 4-year terms. So we're going to right now elect Tim Mahoney as our mayor again, but we also want to pump the brakes on you doing this again. I mean, isn't that interesting?
That is exactly what happened. Yeah, it's interesting that you point that out. But, it's hard when you've got a city election and you're running against an incumbent. It is hard for the electorate to unelect you unless you've done something in which they sort of want to fire you for. That's sort of what they talk about when they talk about, an incumbent running again. It's whether or not you want to fire that person. Not so much that you don't, it's not so much something against the people that are running against Tim Mahoney. Maybe they like them just as well, if not better. But it's like, well, we can't find a reason to get rid of him.
So there's 500-ish votes that separate Denise Kolpack and Dave Piepkorn. Dave Piepkorn being the only incumbent on the Fargo City Commission ballot right now. Mm-hmm. If Tony Gehrig had run, does Denise Kolpack stay at the top and are Gehrig and Piepkorn duking it out for that second role? Or do both of them get reelected then?
I don't know.
I was kind of shocked, I won't lie, that Tony decided not to run again, because he's got some very, very committed followers and people who like his no-nonsense approach and certainly don't like his idea of let's not spend and give away all this money. I am surprised that Dave Piepkorn is there, but then if you look at this list, Dave Piepkorn and Al Carlson are within the same Venn diagram of each other, right? When you look as leaders. And so for them looking at the second and third role, and they're not that far away. I mean, like you said, let's say that we had, let's just say we had 2,000 voters at West Acres. This election could be very swayed for
Right.
that second and
Right.
third position. I mean, Denise has got a good, healthy lead there. While we can't call Mayor Mahoney getting another term, I think it's pretty clear that the voters came out and supported him, and I would be surprised if there was an upset even with these additional votes that we're still waiting on.
Yeah.
But this election says a lot to me about what the city of Fargo, what the citizens of Fargo want the future to look like.
Yeah, it is interesting, and it's clear that, with approval voting, that Denise Kolpack and Dave Piepkorn, if they stay at the top, they were two individuals who, yes, are not a lot alike, but that they can kind of sort of cross over and get everybody, this person is okay with me. That's sort of what you have. That's what we've talked about before, is that you sort of have to be able to get a majority of people in the, this person's okay for the job.
I wonder if Dave Piepkorn and Al Carlson approval voting hurt them.
Hurt them?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
It's
okay. It's
late.
11:10.
It's 2 hours past my
11:10.
bedtime. I'm wondering if people went up and said, I would be fine with either of these guys. I will vote for both of them.
Yeah.
And in some cases, people just single bullet voted for them. And if this was just you can only vote for two people to fill the two seats, if that would have changed where either of them sit.
I know we're not talking about who we voted for, but I absolutely bullet voted in the city commission race.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
I 100% put out one vote out there rather than voting for two people because, I wanted to make sure like my one vote counted more than anything, if that makes sense.
We haven't talked about Fargo School Board at all on this, and Fargo Park Board as well. There's some numbers there as well.
Let's dig in there a little bit. Okay.
To me, I think the Fargo Park Board is probably the least contentious group of people wanting to run for the park board. There was no mudslinging when I watched some of the forums that they took part in. It clearly these are people who are just passionate about our parks, and I think that's a situation where any of those people elected would have done a great job for the parks. I looked, Vicky Dawson in the lead.
Vicky Dawson in the lead, 9,052 votes. Joe Deutsch, 8,195 votes. Those are both incumbents.
And Joe Deutsch has been on that board for a long time.
Yeah, it feels like it. I don't know how long. And then Aaron Hill with 5,685 votes coming in the third spot. Aaron Hill, of course, known to be an owner of Fargo Brewing.
Yep.
And not an incumbent. This would be his first race for the Fargo Park Board.
And I think he's a great example of somebody who wants to get into politics to support the place that he lives in. Right? I've talked to several people who are close to Aaron, and they said, listen, it's not like he just decided he wanted to do this because he didn't have anything going on, because kickball league had ended and softball hadn't started yet. Aaron did this because he saw an opportunity for him to serve his community. And so I think that that's very interesting that he might be the person to fill that other seat.
Yeah, it is. And Jim Few?
Yeah.
Few? Is that how you say it?
I believe so.
Okay. He's 4,700 behind Aaron Hill, who has 5,685 right now. And then Jacqueline Dotson-Rod with 4,007 votes in last place so far. But we can't really tell. Now, this is a partial vote. We don't have any figures yet. And so it is confusing how many have really voted. We're not really sure how many have reported. Like JJ said, all we can really tell is like maybe there's been about 12,000 or 13,000 votes come in since we're looking at the term limit ordinance for that.
Do you think this is clearly by the number of people running, but the largest election the city of Fargo has had with people who don't have any political backing whatsoever? And not meaning money-wise, but are entering politics for the first time ever.
Yeah. I do. I think that there's been, and there's been a lot of conversation about whether or not approval voting was the thing to push all these people over the edge to throw their name in the ballot. And maybe that is the case. Maybe approval voting was what everyone needed to get motivated. Now, was it a good thing that there was a lot of people on the ballot or a bad thing? I'm not really sure. In my case, I think it was a little bit of a good thing because it forced me to learn a lot more about the candidates because I wanted to make a really informed vote. But I know a lot of people who didn't like it. And I heard a comment earlier on our coverage with Tyler and Joel. One of them mentioned something about, well, is it too easy to get on the ballot? Should we make it harder to get on the ballot? To which I would say, no, I don't think it should be harder to get on the ballot. If you want to throw your name in the hat, you want to go for an office, I think that should be available to you.
Now, I'll play the devil's advocate on this.
Okay.
It takes away from other candidates who are more serious about what's going
Yep.
on. I think that there were a couple of cases, even with the debates that we had, where there were people who were taking time away from serious candidates who wanted to earn your vote versus somebody who just thought it would be neat to do this or, oh, I did this because I didn't have anything else going on. And so I think that should we end up with 15 candidates for a city, 2 slots in the city commission again, I would rethink the way we handle debates and giving up time. Maybe they have to be sectioned off into multiple different places. I agree. Every person should be allowed their moment if they want to serve. I wholeheartedly agree. But I think you can tell pretty quick the people who are taking it seriously and the people who just want 15 minutes of fame. And as someone who was accused of that themselves when I ran for mayor, as this kid's just trying to like eat this couple of minutes, it's tough to change people's mind even if you come prepared and you're ready to go. I mean, as I mentioned to Tyler Axness, it wasn't until I was in this actual studio and John Strand was hosting his show that day that people started taking me seriously. Like, thank goodness the KFGO listening audience tuned in that day and were able to hear like, oh, he's not talking about skateboarding and wanting, to keep movie theaters open later. He's got real ideas. And so I think those are the candidates that I'd love to give more airtime to. Unfortunately, 15 candidates for 2 slots, it's too many.
Yeah.
Even if you worked your butt off from April 11th to Election Day, there's just too much.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you. I have a hard time stomaching making it harder for people to get on the ballot, but at the same time, you're right. There have been candidates that have watered this down a bit, so I won't disagree with you there. This is KFGO.com's election night coverage. We'll be back in just a moment here.
Thanks for hanging in there. It is 11:24 KFGO time. I'm Tyler Axness, host of Afternoons Live, and Tasha Carvell, part of the KFGO news team, joins us. And Tasha, looks like we might have some official projections according to the Secretary of State sites here in the city of Fargo. What do you got for us?
The Secretary of State's projecting that Tim Mahoney has won re-election for mayor with 40.73% of the vote, or almost 10,000 votes, 9,727 votes. Arlette Preston came in second in that race with about half of the percentage points, 20.919% of the vote, or 4,800 votes there. And then Shannon Roars-Jones coming in third with 15+ percent of the vote, and then Hakun Debar coming in fourth with 11+% of the vote.
So that is that's what we're hearing on the Secretary of State's website, that current incumbent Mayor Tim Mahoney, who it wasn't very long ago that it wasn't even clear if he was going to be able to run for re-election, but it does look like he has been re-elected here in the city of Fargo. As far as the city commission race, there's 15 candidates. There's 2 spots available. What's the Secretary of State website telling us?
Right. So Dave Piepkorn has been reelected to his spot, but he didn't receive the most votes. That went to Denise Kolpack. So Denise Kolpack got 13.85% of the vote and 6,412 votes total. Dave Piepkorn with 5,834 votes, or 12.6% of the vote. Al Carlson came in third, sort of a distant third, 4,839 votes for Al, with 10.45% of the vote for Al Carlson. And Jody Placidi coming in fourth.
So, recapping for you at KFGO.com, which we're grateful that you stuck with us, and knowing that many of us got to get up and work tomorrow morning. Does appear that the precincts fully counted for here in Cass County. 23 of 23. Tim Mahoney appears to be reelected as mayor here in Fargo. Denise Kolpack, Dave Piepkorn appear to be elected to your Fargo City Commission. So there we have that. Do we have official results from the Secretary of State School Board?
Yep, we do.
I do not have those in front of me, so take it away.
I've got those. So coming in first with 10.38% of the vote was Melissa Birkeland. She had over 5,600 votes. Katie Christensen came in just behind her with 5,300 votes, or 9.72% of the votes. So Melissa Birkeland and Katie Christensen with 2 spots, and then the following 3 spots were Greg Clark, Namal Day, and Robin Nelson, incumbent Robin Nelson. So Greg Clark with almost 9% of the vote, Namal Day with almost 8% of the vote, and Robin Nelson with 7.5% of the vote. Rebecca Knudsen, the other incumbent, came in just about 50 votes shy of being reelected behind Robin Nelson. So again, the 5 for school board would be Melissa Birkeland, Katie Christensen, Greg Clark, Namal Day, and Robin Nelson.
Tasha, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
One thing before I let you go is those early votes that came in right away at the beginning when Paul Jurgens came in and we had the early vote come in.
Nothing.
The leaders didn't change from there until these official results from the Secretary of State come. Certainly, I mean, there's some jockeying around on the Fargo City Commission. Al Carlson, Jody Placidi coming up. Anna Johnson, though, was third, and she dropped down to fifth. So you got that early lead for these candidates, and they held on through Election Day.
Yeah, very little movement. Very little movement.
Tasha Carvell will be listening. What time do you have to come in tomorrow?
6.
Oh, you better get home and get some sleep then.
See you soon.
Tasha Carvell, part of the KFGO news team here. Folks, we're going to be covering all this tomorrow. Not surprised. I told you that those mailers that were funded against Dave Piepkorn were going to backfire, and in fact they did. He's reelected. We're never going to know who, in fact, paid for those, but I'm sure they're regretting spending $20,000 in that check only to get Dave Piepkorn reelected. Now we got Denise Kolpack. She's going to be a newcomer on that city commission, and Tim Mahoney reelected as mayor here in Fargo. We'll break all that down the school board. Some more of these legislative races that are taking place, some of the contests out there that we had been following from the get-go. But that's the results for tonight, election night, June 14th, 2022. Just about half hour away from June 15th. So you go get some rest, you take care of yourselves, and we'll all visit tomorrow on 790 AM, 94.1 and 104.7 FM, KFGO.